ada. Honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen, I want to get your attention because soon we are going to commence our 10th ITB International Geothermal Workshop event. The voice mic for the other attendees will be muted. Honorable participants, stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Hope everyone is healthy and energetic out there and ready for this important event, even though we are still taking all precautions for this pandemic. On today's event, you will be with me, Fadil, as your Master of Ceremony from the ITB Geothermal Masters Program. We are pleased to welcome you to the first day of the opening ceremony, 10th ITB International Geothermal Workshop 2021, live from Bandung, Indonesia. We will hold a series of events from today, Monday, July 26, until Thursday, 29, 2021, online basis. I urge you all to attend all the events because it will be interesting session and knowledge pertaining geothermal industry. We are proudly like to present our event theme, Synergy for Energy Transition, the role of geothermal energy in energy transition. Without forgetting all honorable sponsors, thank you for supporting this event, and also supporters, media, committee for broadcasting this event. On commemorating the 10th anniversary of this workshop, we'll offer the short course about geothermal well drilling, exploration, and technology management by Indonesian Association of Geologists. This course will last for 1 day and expected to be held on August 2021 in online platform through Zoom. Today, the tentative program will cover 3 main events. The first is opening ceremony and 2 keynote speech followed by 2 talk shows. The paper presentation that has been submitted to us can be accessed directly through our YouTube channel, Geothermal ITB. Our annual event is organized by Geothermal Masters Program, Institute Teknologi Bandung. There will be participant attendance form that must be filled by all participants each day. For all participants, the certificate will be sent directly to your emails, and make sure to check your chat box at the end of the event. In case of any inquiry, don't hesitate to check on the chat box down of the Zoom. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, before officiating this event, we'll be going to sing the Indonesian national anthem, and I would like to privilege honor the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, you are kindly requested to bear attention while we sing the national anthem. Thank you for your attention. Before I welcome the chairman to officiate this event, let us have a moment of silence for 30 seconds to reflect and pray for those passed away due to this pandemic. Thank you all. We hope for those who passed due to pandemic may find a peace and we are given the strength to survive in this situation. On officiating this great event, we would like to welcome our chairman, Ms. Suryantini, to present her welcoming remarks. Please welcome Ms. Suryantini. Time is yours.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests and all participants. Before I start, I would like to ask for the help from the committee to share my presentation. Thank you very much. Welcome to 10th ITB International Geothermal Workshop. This 10th workshop marks the commitment of ITB Geothermal Master Program to continually disseminate geothermal information in science, technology, and social environmental topics. It is my privilege to address you on behalf of the committee of the 10th ITB International Geothermal Workshop. First, I would like to thank to the Rector of ITB, Professor Remy Wirahadikusuma, who will open the workshop, and my gratitude also for Dean of the Faculties of Mining and Petroleum Engineering, Dean of Faculty of Earth Science and Technology, and Dean of Faculty of Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering, Head of Research Division or Ketua KK, and all distinguished guests and all participants. My appreciation also and gratitude goes to Mr. Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Mr. Arifin Tasrif, and also for Directorate General of New and Renewable Energy, Energy Conservation of Indonesia, Mr. Dadan Kusdiana, Head of Geological Agency of Indonesia, Mr. Eko Budi Lelono, Chairman of Indonesian Geothermal Association, Mr. Prijandaru Effendi, President of International Geothermal Association, Ms. Andrea Blair, Advisory Board of International Renewable Energy Agency, Mr. Marit Brommer, representative of industry, government, academician, and all participants that we cannot mention one by one. Thank you for participating in this event. As we know that global energy trend has been gradually shifted from fossil energy toward renewable energy. Therefore, this year we raised the workshop theme, Synergy for Energy Transition, the role of geothermal energy in energy transition. With this theme, we hope that Indonesia is ready to contribute the energy transition from fossil fuel to new and renewable energy. This event will be held in 4 days from 26 to 29 July 2021, starting at 2 to 5:40 p.m. Together with us, there are excellent speakers from the government, from the industry, from the Geothermal Association, funding agency, academician, both from Indonesian and overseas, and other stakeholders who contribute to advancing the geothermal energy development. Here is the picture of the speakers. In this special occasion, I also would like to acknowledge important people and particular parties who make this event possible. First of all, I will introduce workshop committee as shown in this slide. The committee has worked very hard, great effort, and have done excellent work. They are students, alumni, staffs, and lecturers of Geothermal Study Program. Thank you very much for all your hard works. They are also sponsors to this workshop that contribute significant financial to realizing this event. I would like to acknowledge our sponsor as shown in this slide. Slamberji, PT Geodipa Energy, PT Pertamina Geothermal Energy, Supreme Energy, Star Energy Geothermal, Dago Energi Nusantara, PT SMI, Rixis, Bank Indonesia, Bank Negara Indonesia, PT Sutrako Akresiasi, Sarula Operation Limited, Scientific Drilling, PT Andalan Tunas Mandiri, PT Kogindo Daya Bersama, PT Pelumpang Raya Anugrah Orpra, PT Tunggal Buana Utama, PT Dwi Peringga, and others. Apart from the sponsors, we also receive endorsement from INAGA, Indonesian Geothermal Association, and International Geothermal Association. And also we were supported by Indonesian Geological Association and ASEAN West Pacific Regional Branch of IGA. We thank also the media partner which have promoting this workshop as shown in the slide. Now I'm going to convey some fact and statistic related to this event. The registration committee has received more than 1,000 participants from all over the world, and at least it is from 17 countries. Originally, the committee has received 108 abstracts for the technical session. The abstracts coming from 7 countries. Out of 108, 60 paper have been received. 60 full paper have been received, and out of 60, 49 are accepted. And among 49, 33 papers will be presented as video presentation, and you can enjoy in our YouTube channel. These achievements are not only for us, but also for the development of geothermal to be even better. I would like to thank again to all guests and participants for coming to this workshop, because without your participants, this workshop will not succeed. And I wish you a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much for your attention. And I will hand it over to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Suryantini, for the astonishing remarks. Now you'd like to invite Professor Reini Wirahadikusuma as the Rector of Institute Teknologi Bandung to deliver the opening speech and to symbolically open the 10th ITB International Geothermal Workshop 2021. Please welcome Professor Reini Wirahadikusuma.
Baik, terima kasih Mas MC, Bu Suryantini. Bapak Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources yang terhormat, Bapak Arifin Tasrif, beliau our distinguished alumnus of ITB, Director General New and Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation of Indonesia, Bapak Dadan Kusdiana, Head of Geological Agency Indonesia, Bapak Eko Budi Lelono, the President of International Geothermal Association, Ibu Andrea Blair, Advisory Board of International Renewable Energy Agency, Bapak Marit Brommer, Chairman of Indonesia Geothermal Association, Bapak Prijandaru Effendi. Lekas sembuh Pak, tadi saya mendengar sedikit kurang sehat. All the presidents of geothermal companies we have with us, Bapak dari Pertamina, Geothermal Energy, PLN, Supreme Energy, Geodipa Energy, Star Energy, dan lain-lain. Terima kasih Pak Fauzi, moderator kita, the deans, Pak Irwan, Pak Rido, all ITB colleagues, all guests, distinguished speakers, all participants of this workshop. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So we are delighted, we are happy to have you all gather here together with us in this annual workshop. So I'm new here at ITB as the President of ITB, Rector of ITB, but so many great stories about ITB, including this one from the geothermal people. This is the 10th workshop. So this shows that this campus is very important in Indonesia national development, especially in the energy sector. So the theme for the 10th workshop is Synergy for Energy Transition, the role of geothermal energy in energy transition. So this is a very, very important subject to be discussed by all of you today and tomorrow. So geothermal development in our country, of course, we have so many challenges, obstacles, especially in the aspect of the cost, so the high cost of geothermal electricity production. This is still higher compared to other coal and new and renewable energy electricity production costs. In addition, I'm also informed that there are still many social and licensing issues. So the lack of public understanding of the real benefits of this geothermal is still our work to be done, yeah, by all of us. We need to educate the public about the benefits, the real benefits of the geothermal. Of course, this is not an easy issue, but ITB since many years ago has realized these challenges. And in the early 80s, when Indonesia started the geothermal power plant di Kamojang, ya, Kamojang, ITB also involved in that project. And in 1983, ITB started sending our faculty and staff to New Zealand and other countries to study this technology, geothermal. And in 2008, about 13 years ago, ITB founded a master's program, especially in geothermal technology. So we have done a lot in this aspect. Pak Menteri and Bapak Ibu sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, please let us reflect on our efforts in the geothermal technology. In academic area, as was explained, we have the magister program. Now it's been 13 years and produced about 230 plus talented graduates. Also, it has been the center for science and technology development in this area in Indonesia. So we have been the bridge of national and international research and development in this area. Secondly, in the area of research and professional study, our colleagues have participated actively in geothermal training for trainers program 7 times already. And also we have strong collaboration with prominent institutions, internal and external of Indonesia, including Auckland University in New Zealand, University of Southern California in USA, Kyushu, Kyoto, TU Delft, Utrecht, Iceland Geosurvey, EF Technology, TNO, DNVGL in the Netherlands, Leapfrog, Granite Power in Australia, Emerging Power Philippines, and so on and so forth. And our students and our staff also are active participants of the US Indonesian Geothermal Education Capacity Building Program, Netherlands GeoCap Program, and the Project Bagus Satraps Japan. So not to mention a few, we actually have worked so much in this area. So in the near future, we would like to offer non-degree courses for professionals. So Bapak Ibu, if you are interested and in need for professional development, please go to our admission website for registering for non-degree courses. Starts in August. And thirdly, in the area of community services, my colleagues also have been actively improving the community engagement, conducted 6 geothermal seminars in 2012 and 13 in 5 cities in Indonesia, including Bandung, Padang, Manado, Aceh, Surabaya, all over Indonesia. So very proud. Again, regarding the investment climate, I was informed that geothermal energy has a more stable record than other renewable energy sources actually. This type of energy has a source high temperature fluid from the subsurface to the earth, which tends to be stable, more stable compared to other renewable energy that might strongly affected by the weather. So this is entirely sustainable. And for example, our Kamojang power plant Pertamina, which has been operating for approximately 35 years. The government and all stakeholders have formulated policy strategies to attract more local and foreign investment, including government incentives for geothermal exploitation, reducing exploration risk with a government fund scheme to finance the provision of geothermal data and information through exploration, assignment of pre-feasibility study and exploration or PSPE to geothermal state-owned enterprise. And also the formation of geothermal state-owned enterprise holding company, and further stimulates the development of geothermal fields, especially in terms of capital issues. While the price of geothermal electricity, BPP, cost of production, is still problematic, but we at the same time could still do a lot of things. We at ITB, as a research and education institution, we always support the acceleration of geothermal development in Indonesia by actively conducting better education process, better research, better services to further improve the efficiency of geothermal exploitation from the exploration stage until the utilization stage. So Pak Menteri, Bapak Ibu sekalian, my colleagues is in need to improve, to strengthen our full-time staff. So if this is, if we can send you our wish, we need a few doctoral degree scholarship for our young staff to sustain this development, supporting Indonesian sustainable energy pursuit. Semoga mendapat perhatian. Terima kasih Pak Arifin Tasrif. So finally, on behalf of ITB, I would like to thank and give my sincere appreciation to Ibu Suryantini, Pak Sutopo, semua panitia, committee members, students, for conducting this event during this difficult time. And to all the participants, welcome to our campus, even just virtually, but we can follow it up in the next future. You guys probably can come to our campus in a better situation. So it is indeed a pleasure to see all of you in a health condition. I hope you all can enjoy the workshop, maintaining networking. So in this very difficult time, we are utilizing our time and health for learning new things every day. So the 10th ITB International Geothermal Workshop officially begins. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
ITB International Geothermal Workshop, a series of thematic events that are held annually since 2012 by the ITB Geothermal Engineering Master Program. This is the place where academics, business and industry, government, and society sit together in one room and to talk and find solutions for further geothermal development. This year, we are going to talk about synergy in energy transition. Synergy is a must to achieve green eco-energy. Welcome to this year's event and keep synergizing. 10 years strong, get stronger, and just begin. Thanks to all parties that has been supporting us for the past 10 years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Reni Wirahadikusuma, for the remarkable opening speech. Now we are at the end of the opening ceremony. For the following program, we will have Mr. Arifin Tasrif, which will be represent Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, and we have Mr. Prijandaru Effendi as our special guest to deliver the keynote speech. Mr. Arifin Tasrif is the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, Republic of Indonesia, and Mr. Prijandaru is Chairman of Indonesian Geothermal Association. We are very honored to have you here in our event, sir. The presentation will be moderated by Professor Fauzi Sulaiman. Professor Tubagus Ahmad Fauzi Sulaiman is Professor in Energy Conversion System in Mechanical Engineering, Institute Teknologi Bandung. His last education is on 1988. He graduated at Minnesota University as Doctor of Mechanical Engineering. In 2015 until 2018, he was the Ambassador or Alternate Permanent Delegate at UNESCO. Before we proceed, we would like to invite Mr. Arifin Tasrif, Professor Fauzi Sulaiman, Mr. Prijandaru Effendi, Professor Reni Wirahadikusuma Watimena, and all panelists to turn the camera on for photo session. Okay, and we may begin in 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Let's proceed to the next session. Professor Reni Wirahadikusuma may leave the meeting room due to another event has to be attended. Professor Fauzi, the time is yours.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction, Fadil. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Dear participants of the 10th ITB International Geothermal Workshop 2021, let us start with the keynote session. We are very honored to have two very distinguished keynote speakers today. The first speaker is the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, Mr. Arifin Tasrif. Minister Tasrif is replacing the Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, General Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, who is having an emergency coordination meeting due to the extension of our lockdown due to the pandemic COVID-19. Thank you to the Minister Tasrif for agreeing of the change of schedule. The second speaker is the Chairman of Indonesia Geothermal Association, Mr. Prijandaru Effendi. Dear participants, please note that the Q&A session, question and answer session, will be held after each speech. For the first keynote, if the time permits, the minister will answer online. But if the time doesn't permit, he will answer it in writing. So please keep the questions flowing. To ask questions, audience may write your questions in the Q&A feature in Zoom or in the comment section in YouTube channel. The question should be in the following format: your name, underscore your institutions or affiliation, underscore your question. Okay, once again, your name, underscore institution or affiliation, underscore your question. Due to the time limit, we will select the first 3 questions and we'll continue to the remaining of the questions if the time permits. Let us begin with the first keynote speaker. Please allow me to read the curriculum vitae of Minister Arifin Tasrif. Mr. Arifin Tasrif received his bachelor's degree in chemical engineering in ITB in 1972. He was the President Director of PT Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company from 2010 to 2015, and he was the Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia in Tokyo, Japan from 2017 to 2019. Since 2019, he is the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia. Dear participants, please welcome Minister Arifin Tasrif. Mr. Arifin Tasrif, the time and screen are yours. You have about 30 minutes for your speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, participants of the ITB International Geothermal Workshop 2021. Good afternoon. I would like to extend my appreciation to ITB that have successfully held such a great and important event. I sincerely hope that through this event, we can discuss and share about the role of geothermal energy in energy transition. As part of our effort to achieve affordable and clean energy towards energy transition, the government continues to develop renewable energy, especially geothermal energy. Our ministerial office already published geothermal distribution map in 2020. Tectonically, Indonesia volcanic setting is the home of geothermal potentials of more than 23 gigawatts. It consists of 357 prospects that spreads over 8 main islands. In the span of 4 decades, Indonesia has succeeded in utilizing the available geothermal potential through geothermal power plants operation by using indirect utilization in 14 working areas with a capacity of 2.1 gigawatt and expansion plans of 1.4 gigawatt. We still have room for improvement since the ratio of utilization of resources availability is only less than 9%, which is considered low at the moment. In order to ensure the renewable energy development is attainable, the government implements several programs, among others, through increasing renewable energy installed capacity 38 gigawatt by 2035. To fulfill this target, the government relies on the development of geothermal, solar PV, hydro, bioenergy, and wind. The government is also finalizing the presidential regulation stipulating on renewable energy tariffs and incentive facilities, in which one of them is government's exploration programs. I'm fully aware that geothermal energy has several advantages compared to such renewable energy that can support energy transition, such as 1. Geothermal power plants can provide reliable and sustainable electricity production with capacity factor more than 90%. The electricity production is stable, non-intermittent, and not depends on fuel supplies or logistics. 3. Geothermal projects are long-lasting that can be operated more than 35 years, such as, for example, we have PLTP Kamojang. And 4, geothermal projects need a relatively long period to be developed, and many geothermal projects are already ongoing development. 5. After the pandemic, the electricity demand will rebound and continue to grow. Geothermal projects are suitable to achieve long-term renewable energy targets. But we still have a challenge. We indicate there are 5 main challenges in geothermal development. First, several geothermal prospects are located within the forest areas and tropical rainforest heritage of Sumatra. Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Ministry of Forestry, and other related institutions are trying to resolve this issue together. Second, exploration risk and funding issues. Geothermal projects have relative high business risk, especially in the early development stage. Hence, the financial institutions may be afraid and reluctant to give the financial support or funding to them. Third, cost efficiency of geothermal projects. Government encourage to all projects to apply cost effectiveness in their projects in order to provide electricity at affordable price and achieve social welfare. The fourth, COVID-19 pandemic has brought down the electricity demand significantly. All electricity power plant projects must match up with PLN's demand. And the last, there is social matter issues. In some cases, there were misunderstanding among local communities who perceive the geothermal development project as a dangerous activities. Regulation and framework on geothermal industry is one of the most established frameworks, which expect can be accelerated. The geothermal development in Indonesia since 2014, the government has already issued law on geothermal number 21 of 2014, and in this year we issued government regulation number 25 of 2021 as one of the job creation law number 11 of 2020, implementing regulations regarding the implementation of energy and mineral resources sector, which includes mineral coal, geothermal, and electricity. One of the latest regulations of our Ministerial Office, Regulation number 5, 2021, which stipulates various of standards and geothermal industries, consists of geothermal indirect uses application, geothermal direct uses application, geothermal support businesses, feasibility study standard, and import recommendation standard. Moreover, to boost geothermal projects more competitive, to be more competitive, several strategies has been carried out, which are improving geothermal data quality through government billing. Second, optimization of geothermal resource, risk mitigation, funding utilization, or we call it GREM. The third, optimization of the existing geothermal field through the development of small-scale generators by using excess of steam or excess of heat. The government has also established two geothermal funding facilities, namely geothermal sector infrastructure financing, or we call it pembiayaan infrastruktur sektor panas bumi atau PISP, and geothermal resource risk mitigation. The PISP fund has been allocated to state-owned enterprises as soft loans to develop several geothermal projects such as the Dieng binary and support the government drilling programs. And the GRAM fund is dedicated to minimize the exploration risk of geothermal projects. GRAM can provide loan forgiveness up to 50% for the developers if they fail to discover satisfactory geothermal resources on exploration phase. We need a large investment to be able to implement geothermal projects in Indonesia. Therefore, to attract the investors, the government provides several incentives, such as tax allowance, as stated in Government Regulation number 78, 2019, and Minister of Finance Regulation number 35 of 2018. Import duty facilities are stated in Ministry of Finance Regulation number 2018 of 2019. Tax holiday also stated in the Minister of Finance Regulation number 150, 2018, and discharge of land value tax in Minister of Finance Regulation number 172 of 2016. So in addition to that, the government has launched Flores Geothermal Island, an island development model which utilizes geothermal energy as the island's main energy source. The program aims to accelerate geothermal development while also becoming an example to be replicated in other areas with similar characteristics. Currently, there are 18 locations with total resources around more than 700 megawatt in Flores Island. Geothermal projects needs to be more competitive while keep its investment attractiveness in order to support affordable energy access to all people. So it needs extensive business schemes such as hybrid operation with other renewable energy, hydrogen production, or power wheeling. Besides that, technology innovations should also be developed, such as binary technologies, advanced exploration methods, integrated and smart grid systems. Indonesia has a long story of geothermal development, starting from 1920. Indonesia has started the geothermal exploration under the Dutch East Indies. In 1978, pilot project of 250 kilowatt back pressure turbine was operating in Kamojang. Then Pertamina escalated the development of Kamojang's first unit with condensing turbine technologies and successfully operated 30 megawatt in 1983. In 2017, the Sarula was operating using combined cycle technologies, which is combined of condensing turbines and binary plants. So we're still looking forward for the new development technology in order to bring the geothermal energy more competitive. Currently, there are several development of small binary projects which will allow the development of low, medium enthalpy fields in remote areas. Furthermore, geothermal development not only aims for electricity market, but also aims the direct use application development, such as green hydrogen plant, drying plant for tea industries, and sustainable tourism attractions. So distinguished participants, I hope that all the regulations, programs, and incentives will accelerate the geothermal development in Indonesia. And I want to ask all of the geothermal stakeholders here to collaborate in developing a new variety of business schemes and more technology innovation in geothermal energy. Together, we can make geothermal projects together to play a great role in energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Tasrif, for your insightful presentation. Do we have time for question and answer, Minister?
Well, I will receive some questions. Yeah.
Okay.
Of course, if
Okay,
there are so many questions, I suggest that you can send by writing. So meanwhile, I'm waiting for several questions if you have.
Okay, we will do that. We will write the questions and then we'll send the questions to you. While the organizer is organizing the questions, I would like to ask the first question, if I may. Minister Tasrif, the Indonesian government has a government drilling program for small fields in the eastern part of Indonesia. Should the program be applied to larger fields instead, so that we will have more significant and effective results? Thank you, Minister.
Yes, recently, since last year, I think we start to conduct this kind of activity. We carry out the program, what we call it the slim hole drilling program. So we have two locations right now. We have one in West Java, one in the eastern part, in the Nusa Tenggara area. Yeah, and then the objective of this activity is in order to make a preliminary drilling, in order to get more accurate information regarding the resources over there. So at least we know the temperature of the steam, and then the right location over there. So it will make more easy for investor to come, in order to decide their investment decision. So, but also we also work together with our public works minister office, in order to develop also the infrastructure together there. Right now we do the things by our own budget. So in the future, I think this program of initiation can be continued. But for the bigger development, we are going to cooperate. I think we have to cooperate together. But for me, for us, I think it's better if we have the really clear data regarding the resources. So that's why we do this small program.
As the beginning. Okay, thank you very much, Minister. I have a question from Mr. Ruli Husni from Geodipa. He mentioned that to get net benefit for geothermal development in Indonesia, we heard that there is a plan from government to have holding cluster geothermal. Can you elaborate on the aims and the plan for the government with this program? Thank you.
You mean holding cluster?
The holding, the holding cluster of geothermal.
Yeah, but I think our team right now still carrying study on this. And but what we thought is, in case the benefit is for the country, benefit also for the company, and also of course for the people. Yeah, we should support. We should support this kind of program. Yeah, this kind of policy. This is also not only in the geothermal, but also we are now carrying study on the oil and gas field. Probably similar.
Okay, thank you very much. Next questions from Seth Sharule. I don't know how to pronounce this. Sharone. He said that, thank you, Mr. Minister. What about changing regulations to attract hot dry rock harvesting technologies so we can ensure more locations than volcanic areas, which represent only 2% of the feasible and accessible resources of at this day? The hot dry rock represent 98% of the potential, and unfortunately having izin panas bumi for a high dry rock is very hard. Can you reply to this question?
We are ready to discuss with you. But in case there is such a regulation which related to this kind of policy, I think we should try to overcome it. By communicating with the other institution or ministerial office which is related to. Of course, we are happy in case we can also consider the 98% potential that can be done by the hot dry rock.
Okay, thank you, Minister. The next question is coming from Miftah, from Annie, from ITB. Is there any possibility that a combined development of renewable energy, example solar and geothermal, in one location or one system can be done in Indonesia? What are the challenges, and when can it be done?
Well, I think the combination of solar and geothermal, in order to increase the capacity, both of them clean and then renewable power. I think we should support this kind of program. I don't think there is maybe the challenge is also only the infrastructures. But as long the transmission is in there, and then you have the ideal areas in order to install the solar farm. Yeah, it should be what you call it, ideal to combine this solar and the geothermal.
Okay, thank you. Looking forward for that technology. Let me read a question from the Q&A from Miftahul Jannah from ITB. He asks that, does Indonesia's treaty areas, the terdepan terjauh areas, have great potential to conduct the electricity based on geothermal power plant?
Coba diulangi, coba. Daerah terjauh.
Okay. Does Indonesia's treaties area, the terdepan, terjauh, dan the treaties,
Yeah. Okay.
do they have potential to get electricity?
Yeah. Well, right now we are considering what we call it Nusantara Grid. Yeah, I think this idea is explored by one of ITB alumni, Pak Pekik. Yeah.
Okay, I know him.
Pak Pekik. So now we are now considering this thing. Yeah. How can we install this kind of transmission? Yeah, which connecting all along our islands. Yeah, and then by utilizing all kind of renewable energy which is available in our countries. So by this kind of infrastructure, what we call it Nusantara Grid, if it can be installed, every people in the country, they will enjoy all kind of new clean and renewable energy for their electricity needs.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Maybe this is the last question, I think, because of the time. From Michael Muhammad Sumantri, he's from Medco. He said his question is, I'm really interested with the geothermal technology development in Indonesia, especially with hydrogen and direct use technology. Can you elaborate more on this particular technology? I think you mentioned something like this for the direct use.
Well, what is I mean this in this thing is about possibility that we may produce hydrogen from the geothermal energy itself. Yeah, by applying electrolysis technologies. Yeah, because water is available everywhere, and then geothermal itself. Yeah, they have the condensate also, but I think the condensate has to be injected in order to produce more steam from the down of the earth. If we can use the geothermal energy to produce hydrogen, well, it will increase more production of our electricity power. More clean, and then more cheap, because we don't have to pay the water. And both kind of energy can fulfill each other in order to produce in order to reduce the production cost.
Okay, thank you. What about the direct use?
We wait. Yeah, right now there is an idea. There is a program in northern part of Kalimantan to produce hydrogen from hydropower. Yeah, I think this is quite similar. If we produce hydrogen from geothermal, it's depend on which one more competitive. That's the one the competitive, they will go faster.
Okay, thank you. Can you mention something about the direct use?
Direct use of
Geothermal? for heating, for
direct
drying?
use of, oh yeah, well, excess of the low heat, yeah, it
Yes.
produced probably from the condensate, yeah, if it is can be utilized, if it is can be recovered, the heat, it also can support the small industries surrounded the area itself. But considering it should not to be too long distant about the distance, yeah. For instance, West Java, if they want to dry their tapioca or other agricultural product, they also can utilize the waste of heat coming from the excess of geothermal or waste of the geothermal steam.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister. Thank you for the audience for the questions that you have delivered to us, and also thank you to the Minister for very informative answers. I'm glad that you had time to answer these questions in the during the workshop instead of in writing. Now the organizer would like to present a memento as a token of appreciation. The memento will be presented virtually right now, and the real memento, the physical memento, will be delivered to your office in as soon as possible. Minister Tasrif, please accept our memento as our appreciation for your keynote speech.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Minister Tasrif, for your keynote speech. We do appreciate your time and your insight on the Indonesian regulation to support geothermal energy transition. Terima kasih, Pak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, I was informed that Mr. Prijandaru Effendi, as the second speaker, is not feeling very well, and I think he is not going to able to present his keynote speech. Let's all pray for him for his speedy recovery, and hopefully that he can be well as soon as possible. For that, I would like to thank you again for the participations of the participants for this session. I hope it was beneficial for all of you. And I'm returning to the Master of Ceremony for the next session. Thank you for your participation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Fadil, back to you.
Thank you for the remarkable and great keynote speech by Mr. Arifin Tasrif. We are sure to always support our government plan to develop our country. And thank you for our moderator, Professor Fauzi Sulaiman, for guiding us throughout the keynote speech. We have prepared the memento for Mr. Arifin Tasrif as a token of appreciation. Due to pandemic, we are unable to hand it over in this event. Nevertheless, the committee will contact for further information related to delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, this year we are celebrating the 10th year of ITB International Geothermal Workshop. Reminiscing our 10th year of ITB International Geothermal Workshop, we started the event on 2012, and it constantly getting good feedback from the geothermal enthusiasts. We have been giving our best for this reputable event from time to time and from generation to the newer generations. Without we realized the ITB International Geothermal Workshop 2021 becoming our pride, especially for our Geothermal Engineering Master's Program. You won't be able to achieve this 10-year event without the support of many stakeholders and individuals. Thank you for the great contributions. To commemorate the achievement, we are proudly present the ITB International Geothermal Workshop achievement video. Please enjoy. Thank you for watching the anniversary video. Next, our following program is talk show session. We will have 2 sessions of talk show. The first talk show will be presented by our invited speakers, Ms. Marit Brommer and Ms. Andrea Blair. The second talk show invited speakers will be presented by Mr. Dadan Kusiana, Mr. Tafif Azimuddin, Ms. Wang Menguyen, and Mr. Muhsin Qadir. And we will proceed to talk show session after the break. Stay tuned.
Indonesia merupakan salah satu negara yang memiliki potensi energi panas bumi terbesar di dunia. Saat ini, Indonesia menduduki peringkat 2 dunia sebagai negara penghasil listrik dari energi panas bumi. Selain sebagai energi yang bersih dan berkelanjutan, peran energi panas bumi sebagai baseload penyediaan listrik menjadi pertimbangan utama agar pengembangannya diprioritaskan. Oleh karena itu, dalam menjaga ketahanan energi suatu negara, energi panas bumi dapat menjadi andalan untuk memasok listrik guna memenuhi target bauran energi 23% EBT di tahun 2025, sesuai dengan amanat dari Kebijakan Energi Nasional. Untuk memenuhi pencapaian target EBT, dalam bauran energi tersebut, Indonesia layak melakukan percepatan pembangunan proyek PLTP Indonesia. PT Geodipa Energi Persero adalah perusahaan yang bergerak di bidang energi panas bumi, mulai dari eksplorasi hingga eksploitasi. Perusahaan didirikan pada tanggal 5 Juli tahun 2002. Kemudian pada tahun 2011, melalui Peraturan Pemerintah Nomor 62 Tahun 2011, Geodipa ditetapkan sebagai Persero yang pengawasan dan pembinaannya berada di bawah Kementerian Keuangan dan PT PLN Persero, yang juga merupakan salah satu Special Mission Vehicle atau SMV di bawah Kementerian Keuangan dengan misi mendukung program pemerintah dalam penyediaan listrik tenaga panas bumi yang aman dan ramah lingkungan, serta memberikan manfaat besar kepada Indonesia. Geodipa siap untuk melanjutkan pengembangan proyek PLTP di Patuha yang masuk dalam Fast Track Program atau FTP tahap 2 10.000 MW. Bagian dari program 35.000 MW yang merupakan program pemerintah di bidang pembangunan infrastruktur ketenaga listrikan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back again to continue our agenda. Now it's time to begin the first talk show session. The talk show will be moderated by Mr. Ali Ashat. Mr. Muhammad Ali Ashat is Research Associate, Lecturer, Advisory Board of ITB Geothermal Master's Program. He graduated from Auckland University as Postgraduate Diploma of Geothermal Energy Technology. He has been a research associate at Geothermal Lab ITB. He is visiting lecturer at Institute Teknologi Bandung. Before we proceed, we would like to invite moderator, all speakers, and all panelists to turn the camera on for photo session. Okay, and we may begin in 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Let's proceed to the next session. Please welcome Mr. Ali Ashat. Mr. Ali Ashat, the time is yours.
Thank you, Fadil, for the kind introduction. We may start TALKSHOW session 1 earlier because Mr. Prijandaru Effendi, the chairman of Indonesian Geothermal Association, cannot deliver his keynote speech. So now we are in the 10th ITB International Geothermal Workshop 2021. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Today we will discuss a very important topic about geothermal in energy transition. Today's invited speakers have focal position in international agency and association. First, we have Ms. Marit Brommer, I think live from Germany or the Netherlands. We are very sorry for the flood happened several weeks ago, which caused many casualties in Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands. Now it happens in India and China. It may be one of the reasons why we come here together here, as we have the same concern about climate change. Ms. Brommer is with us here as the advisory board of the International Renewable Energy Agency, or IRENA. Besides, she has served as the executive director of International Geothermal Association in IGA since 2017. Prior to his position now, she was an exploration and production geologist at Total EP, the Netherlands, an EP technologist at Shell. She was Ms. Brommer holds master degree in earth science from Vrije University Amsterdam and doctorate degree in geology from TU Delft. We may consider TU Delft as the ancestor of our university as ITB. And we have the second speakers. We have Miss Andy Blair, live from Taupo, New Zealand. Now, it is a big winter, so I hope it is not too cold in Taupo. I met Andy first time at Taupo in winter 2009. Last time I met her was in summer 2017 with Friendship Force of Indonesia, both in when she was still in GNS. Miss Andy Blair is the president of IGA, International Geothermal Association. She is the co-founder and director of Aflo Limited and the activator of SHE-EO. It is not C, but SHE-EO, so it's quite unique. Furthermore, I should mention here that she is the founder of WING, Women in Geothermal. About her educational background, she holds a bachelor degree in forestry from Waikato University, the same university with the Prime Minister Arden. And she holds deep arts Spanish in language and literature. Como que usted? Entiendo hablar español muy poco, so don't continue in Spanish. Okay. Before we start, let me remind all presenters that we have luxurious time, 1 hour, because we only have 2 speakers. So I assume that you will have 15 to 20 minutes for your presentation. But if it is possible, please keep your presentation as concise as possible to allow the audience to discuss with you as it is very precious time for us. I am very sorry that I need to remind you when the remaining time is 5 minutes and 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that there will be a Q&A session after all invited speakers deliver their presentation. The audience may use Q&A feature in Zoom or write your question in YouTube comment section to ask a question. The questions will be in the following format: name _ institution or affiliation _ question. Due to time limit, because we only have about maybe 15 minutes, we will select the most important question, and we will discuss more if we still have time. Okay, now we start with the presenter number 1, Ms. Marit Brommer. As we know that every year IRENA publish renewable energy power costs, which become references for governments, industries, and academia. Solar and wind power cost decreases very significantly in recent years. So how about geothermal? Is it still competitive? Let's listen directly from the very important source, as you know, not only about geothermal, but also renewable energy. Without further ado, we invite Ms. Marit Brommer to present geothermal in energy transition from IRENA point of view. Time and screen are yours.
Thank you very much, and hello, and good day. And it's an honor to be here, both representing IRENA, as I was appointed earlier this year as advisor to the steering committee for the Coalition for Action. I'll come to that. But I'm also here in my capacity as executive director of the IGA, the International Geothermal Association. And it is an honor to be in this session together with Blair later on, speaking on behalf of the IGA and geothermal worldwide. So Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished delegates, a pleasure to open the talk show 1 today with my remarks. I was asked to speak indeed about the work that we have been undertaking on behalf of IRENA, and specifically on how all renewable technologies are needed to come to that net zero approach. I have included a couple of slides. I appreciate that I have a bit more time, but I indeed would very much welcome to have some space left to answer perhaps some pertinent questions that the audience may have. And please remind me of time. I am of the tendency to over-speak, so to take my time, in other words. One important thing I wanted to start with is that IRENA is well on track to inform governments around the world on the importance of renewable energies worldwide. And it has been a huge pleasure on behalf of both IGA in the past 5 years that we became a member of IRENA, but also now as advisor to the IRENA board, to outline how important all the renewable technologies are in order to get to that net zero future in 2050. And the mission of IRENA is supporting the countries in their transition to a sustainable energy future, realizing, of course, very much on all the difficulties, all the challenges, and all the barriers that are pertaining to each and every individual country worldwide. So on this picture, you may see the offshore wind kicking off in certain countries as one of the viable approaches towards producing clean energy and to become, for instance, an independent country and government and supportive of policies to reach that net zero. But it doesn't mean that IRENA only promotes, obviously, that one technology. And I think that is part of the key messages that both Ms. Blair will give and that I would like to constantly remind everybody of, is that we're not here to deal with only one separate technology at a time. We're really here to look at all the end use sectors across the globe, both from a consumer and a producer side, and to carefully map out and carve out those pathways to reach that sustainable development goal. And Mr. Ali, I am so grateful for your very kind remarks about the casualties that have been happening here due to extreme flooding in, normally speaking, quite, well, tranquil little river beds. It has been very scary to see over the past few months how intense, severe weather patterns can cause these tremendous challenges to local communities and livelihoods. And I think it is for Northwest Europe a wake-up call. And I'm very glad to see that people are relating those severe weather patterns to climate change, and hence are really trying to unite in that action to combat and to really transform all our pathways to reach that sustainable development goal. And yes, I think worldwide it has been happening on tremendous scale. Climate change is protruding in each and everyone's lives and livelihoods. And to Indonesia, I am assuming it is to no stranger that climate change can have a very detrimental effect. But I do thank you for your kind words. It has been quite shocking, to say the least, for a lot of families losing houses and losing their loved ones. Going back to ARENA, and I think the mission here is, of course, to support governments, but also to look at industry and to come with a viable roadmap that works for each and every country and continent to come up with those roadmaps to successfully deliver on clean energy goals. And those end-use sectors are industry, there are buildings, there are light industry needs. And especially when you're looking from a decarbonization point of view, it's clear that we have to target mobility, we have to target electricity, and we have to target heating and cooling. And for all those end-use sectors, actually geothermal is very well suited. So that's also the link to why it is important to promote all the technologies, because we're not here to just say hydrogen is going to be the key or electricity produced by offshore wind is going to be the key. No, we need all of it to become those net zero leading countries. But in terms of output this year, again, I was asked to say something on how ARENA is approaching the energy transition, and hence the work that we have been doing on behalf of the Coalition for Action has been targeting green hydrogen. Yes, it's a buzzword these days, but it also provides linkages to those end-use sectors, such as mobility, such as buildings and communities in cities and those jurisdictions. And of course, electricity and that end-use market is hugely important for all of us, and especially if hydrogen can be produced green. So I invite all of you to look at those practical insights. It has been quite interesting to look at scoping and scoping out needs, but also the asks of the region to understand their pathways to successfully deliver on green hydrogen. And I fundamentally believe that the Asia Pacific is a key region to deliver on the green hydrogen promise. A topic very close to geothermal and hence close to our community's hearts is, of course, heating and cooling. Geothermal is very much suited. We have been delivering on quite a few practical guides and handbooks together with the Global Geothermal Alliance, under whose leadership ministries around the world are being convened and are being, let's say, informed about how geothermal can change their energy mix towards the better. And hence, towards 100% renewables is a very action-oriented group of people working worldwide on looking at heating and cooling. If you look at the numbers that ARENA is producing, that IEA is producing, that REN21 is producing, it's crystal clear that heating and cooling is going to be pivotal to reach the Sustainable Development Goal. And specifically because over 90% of our heating and cooling consumption is based on fossil fuels, including coal, including oil, and including to certain degrees also gas. Meaning that if we want to target net zero, and if we want to have low carbon heating and cooling solutions, we must look at that consumption patterns worldwide. And hence electricity is of course pivotal, but heating and cooling is crucial. Hence, I again invite you to look at our output on the narrative on the framing, but also on the policies and the regulatory reforms that are needed to tackle low carbon heating. And yes, I'm very proud to say that geothermal has picked up on the narrative, has picked up on advocacy, and has picked up on clearly providing benefits to local communities when it comes down to heating and cooling from a direct use point of view from geothermal. I took the liberty to look into our archives and to understand the role that Indonesia is playing together with IRENA, but also on the renewable energy outlook that it has provided and mapped into together with IRENA members. And it was a very interesting read, I must admit, especially because the ambitious goals of Indonesia. And I am convinced that geothermal can be picked up a little bit more prominently, but that's for the talk show and maybe also Miss Blair to be a strong advocate about. But it's fantastic to see that Indonesia has come forward with an ambitious plan to tackle its energy mix and to basically review how it's going to align with not only the United Nations development goals and hence to reach those SDGs, specifically number 7 at the end of 2050, but also to really look at its geographically vast country, especially if you look at all those islands. On this page, it says 17,000 islands, and I'm very much aware that you know much more about your own country than I do, but that's a lot of islands, very much remote, located, independent islands that are hard to reach. So how to do that with energy security, independence, and also fairness is a huge battle. I can clearly see that. But also it's an interesting one, and it's an interesting one from a technology point of view, from a policy point of view, but also from an ambition point of view. And it is great to see that, and I picked up on this executive summary that came out by the end of 2017, where Indonesia really is framing its action towards. And yes, I can see that meeting the growing electricity demand and getting everybody access to electricity is, of course, top priority number 1. And capturing that renewable energy resource potential. And I would like to argue here again that geothermal is fantastically suited in Indonesia to become an electricity and hence a power supplier of green electricity, for that matter, to loads of islands as well. And I can see that from that action already in the NDC, so the National Development Contributions towards the Net Zero Future, geothermal is mentioned and is part of that energy story. So I'm very happy to see that. But also I was very interested and very intrigued with the focus that Indonesia government has put forward to developing renewables for industry, and for buildings, because buildings, that's another area where, for instance, geothermal can map very nice into because of its ability, both from a technological point of view, but also from its efficiency point of view, to heat up and cool down in that part of the world, obviously a necessity, buildings, and hence can contribute significantly to that low carbon heat. And of course, a sustainable development scenario, excluding bioenergy, is probably also not a good one. And hence, I can see that Indonesia has included bioenergy as pillar number 3 to reaching renewables. And I think those are my concluding remarks for this presentation, after which I would really like to hand over to more specifics on geothermal. But I think, you know, the main message on behalf of IRENA, and especially our Coalition for Action, is that we need to give all the renewable technologies a choice and hence space. And it's not about the winner takes it all. This is a massive journey worldwide, and it is an independent journey for many governments and countries independently from each other. I do understand that. But if you look at the technology advancements, and if you look at where we're heading towards, I think the betting on just wind and solar is not good enough. The betting on moving away from coal and including hydrogen as the only viable way forward is not doing justice to all the peoples and communities out there who deserve access to electricity, who deserve to be cleared of energy poverty, and who can make sustainable use of local resources that can empower their normal local lives. Indonesia can obviously be a leader in and having a key role in the region, but on behalf of what I can see so far in the region and worldwide, I think Indonesia can be a global leader when it comes down to advancing the energy transition, especially when it's able to lean on all the technologies and all the renewable sources that are available to your country. I would like to say, of course, on behalf of my role as Executive Director of the IEGA, that geothermal is and should be part of that journey. On behalf of IRENA, I am very glad and very happy to see that we are holding hands together worldwide through the Global Geothermal Alliance, through the IEGA as industry association, and through all the national associations, including INAGA, the Indonesian National Association in Indonesia, to call out and to advocate for geothermal energy as a provider of clean heat for heating and cooling solutions, but also for clean power. And I think that's a strong message if we tie it in together with the need to reach a sustainable development scenario. We are currently underperforming, which is not good. According to the IEA, we are not at target when it comes down to putting, let's say, all the geothermal power plants and direct use opportunities online and into stream. But I'm convinced that this is our decade. This is our geothermal decade. This is about geothermal action coming together. I am pleased to see that the holding hands is leveraging many best practices and technology advancements. And we see many players from all around the world, including the ones coming and venturing from oil and gas, including from mining, including from small startups really wanting to venture into geothermal and seeing that and reaping that benefit of the geothermal energy source. And I'm convinced that IDB can play a huge role when it comes down to leveraging the potential of the students and educational efforts in order to bring that knowledge further and to put all that knowledge into action. It has been a huge honor. And I thank you again for your very kind invitation to speak on the talk show here today at IDB. And I wish all of you a very good remainder of today, but also of the entire conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Brommer, for very important thoughts and information you have shared today. We already have 2 questions, but we have to continue first with the second speaker, Ms. Andy Blair. So now we have the second speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Andy Blair to deliver a presentation about IEGA plan and role in energy transition. Time and screen are yours.
So, inga mana, inga iwi, kahuri na mihi kia koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Andy Blair, and I'm the president of the International Geothermal Association and director of a company called Upflow, consultancy, research and innovation company in New Zealand. Kia ora to my distinguished colleagues in Indonesia, to my friends in Indonesia. Hi, Ali, I'm glad you're here moderating for us. I'm obviously from New Zealand, calling in from Taupo, New Zealand, and New Zealand and Indonesia have enjoyed a long relationship in the geothermal energy sector, and I have many friends over there, so welcome to you all, and long may that remain. So today I'm speaking to you about the International Geothermal Association, following on from Marit's nice introduction and warm up to you all. So the International Geothermal Association is a global organization, and we support and champion the growth of the geothermal sector around the world. We are passionate advocates because we know that geothermal energy can transform communities, economies, and the environment. So today I'm going to talk a bit about the kind of work that we're focused on at the moment and how that work is focused on supporting the energy transition. So here we can see a graph. I hope you can read that all. It's quite small writing. And I'm just going to quickly talk about some of these work streams. So we want to provide leadership in global geothermal discussions. We are the technical experts, and as such, we want to provide advocacy and outreach in political, academia, and industry arenas. We want to champion the value proposition of geothermal, what it can bring to the table across its breadth of offerings, as Marit spoke about heating and cooling and the important role that geothermal can play in decarbonising through heating and cooling. Low temperature, high temperature, and supercritical geothermal projects, direct use and electricity generation, not to mention the broader ecosystem that geothermal offers around minerals and microbial technologies. We're currently working on governance excellence in our organisation. How do we create an agile organisation, an operational unit that can do what it needs to do to deliver the future and the impacts we want to see in the world? You would have heard that we are in the process of moving our head office to The Hague. A very interesting time to be doing that in, but we're very excited about moving to The Hague. We want to provide leadership and maintain strong community, cultural and ethical standards and best practices. We feel a role here to support the development of those best practices and standards. Supporting local country organisations like INAGA, like other country geothermal associations, supporting efforts and listening to our regional issues and make sure we're taking those insights and ideas to global conversations. Right now, we've all heard about how there's really a lot of interest from the oil and gas sector and increasingly in geothermal, and how do we support and facilitate some of that discussion and engagement. So I'm just going to talk a little bit more about a few of those individual activities. So to connect, we want to connect more closely with our industry. We also want to join up with others that are pushing the geothermal energy agenda around the world. Like Marit spoke about IRENA, the World Bank, the REN Alliance, all these groups are all pushing. We want to make sure we're rowing in the same direction and leveraging each other's work for impact. We're a small niche industry, but we're powerful players and we need each other to have the greatest impact we can have. We want to connect with the world outside of ourselves. So we know in geothermal how much we love geothermal, and we're really great at speaking to one another. But how do we make sure others outside of ourselves know how beneficial geothermal is? We need to start talking to external groups, the others outside of us, influencers, communities, governments, and we need to participate in broader discussions. The value of geothermal. We all know that this is the only renewable energy that's not reliant on stable weather patterns and conditions to produce electricity reliably, or at least without artificial storage. But we can make good partners for others that do rely on those artificial storage and support. We're not good at talking about the whole value of geothermal and what it offers and how it's important to the future for all of us on this planet. Geothermal can provide solutions to some of our world's most pressing problems: access to water, food security, economic development, decarbonisation of economies, energy security, lifting Indigenous peoples and communities out of poverty. We can contribute to all of these solutions, but we never speak about it. We at the IGA are working on a project that talks about the whole value of geothermal, the full life cycle analysis, and what happens, things like what happens to materials at the end of their life, not just during operation. We want to make sure that we're looking at including environmental and social impacts, as well as economic and financial considerations, when people are thinking about investing in renewable energy and investing in geothermal, because we know that geothermal has a lot to offer in this space, and it's important for all of us. How can we compare the true cost of energy investment? Well, we'll be sharing our outputs from this project work, and we'll be really excited to discuss it with you all. We all know and have heard about this transition from oil and gas and oil and gas companies looking at the geothermal sector as they move and think about the future of energy production. And I know it's difficult for some of you out there in the geothermal world to be okay with the cultural differences between the oil and gas sector and geothermal. But what I suggest to you all is that we can't be afraid and shy away from conversations that are scary. We need to lean in and work together. And just imagine the kind of outcomes we could achieve in geothermal if we have the might of the oil and gas sector behind us. Imagine if we could merge our technologies and our knowledge together. Imagine what that could look like. We know that there's serious interest in oil and gas companies coming into the geothermal community. And let's all start thinking about how to make that possible and what cool outcomes we can have from that. The Pivot 2021 conversation that's recently been held by Jamie Beard and her team in the US has shown the numbers around this. So this year, over 14,000 people participated in that event, and I can see it growing year on year. And there's some interesting conversations that were held and we need to have. So make sure you are listening in and thinking about how to share and use technologies and insights from oil and gas. And just the last piece of work that the team, Marit and I, are working on inside IGA and all of our team members is about the World Geothermal Congress. And this is the place where we, the geothermal community, share knowledge and have important conversations. And what a fantastic job the Icelandic team have done to, under significant pressure, to bring us all together as an industry. I've really enjoyed watching the talks and seeing some of my friends and colleagues. Aren't we lucky to work with? Hopefully we get to see some of you in Reykjavik in October. And not too far away is our 2023 World Congress in Beijing. So time is just flying. And then who knows where the 2026 event will be. But I'm really looking forward to see how our conversation and insights and knowledge is growing over the next few years. So I'm really excited about this global push for renewables and about how geothermal can participate and, like Marit said, can work together with others to build strong solutions for the future. How can we create hybrid projects to provide solutions to countries and communities? So before I end up with my talk, before we start talking, because I think the most interesting part is always the conversation and the question and answers, I just want to say this has been a really tough year, nearly 2 years for us all, and everybody's experiencing this crazy time differently. And I'm just ask you to please take care of yourselves. We need every single one of you to help us create the strong future of geothermal that we all really want to see. So thanks for listening, and kia ora koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Andy, for very interesting talk. And we already have several questions, but I think first I want to use my opportunity to ask for the first question to Marit, because it is quite interesting, the statement from Marit that the Indonesian program is little bit ambitious about the energy transition to transform Indonesian energy policy right now, which is still based on the we can say maybe a little bit, maybe a kind of dirty energy to more cleaner energy. And so I think I want to hear from you that the Indonesian program, energy transition to net zero carbon in 2050, even some want to make it earlier in 2040. Is it realistic or not? Or what do you have any comment about it?
First of all, thank you for your good question on being ambitious or not. Second, if I may assume that when you refer to dirty, you probably refer to the abundance of coal and coal-fired power plants in Indonesia. That, yes, okay. And that is, of course, a very interesting one, and that goes beyond the conversation of ambition, because that is a deeply rooted intrinsic Indonesian government policy that Irina cannot touch right now. But I think the word ambition that I have, when I was reading through the policy documents, and hence also your contributions to the COPs and the effective leadership to a certain degree on the renewable programs, is ambitious. And whether it's realistic to reach 2050, 2040, 2030, isn't that the question for all the country governments around the world? Whether we are either too ambitious or a lack of ambition. So I think what I see within Indonesia, and what I see especially from within the region, the Asia Pacific region, is that Indonesia has taken up a leadership role when it comes down to including renewable technologies beyond the obvious ones. You have a good program on geothermal, and yes, you may argue from the geothermal community inside that it's not too much, and that it lacks certain policy incentives and financial draw. But on the other hand, it is there. It's mapped into your roadmap to a successful delivery of clean energy. And that is only one in, out of the top of my head, 35 countries who have included geothermal as part of the enabler of a clean energy mix in 2050. So I know and I realize these are small steps, and we all want to go faster and deeper and bolder and with more ambition and clean goals. But I also think we should value what we have, and we should be proud of what we have achieved. And hence, I do agree that it can always be probably more ambitious. But I do think it's realistic to assume that once you really shy away from including fossil fuels in your long-term vision, I do think there is hope, and I do think there's a pathway to reaching that clean energy goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Marit, for your interesting explanation. Now I will read the first question from the audience. This is from Ms. Andy. We know that two countries, which are Turkey and Kenya, besides Indonesia, have seen significant growth in geothermal electricity development. In your opinion, what are motivation that country to develop their geothermal as electricity source very fast? Please, you respond.
So I think everybody who can access geothermal high temperature sources tries to do it as fast as they can. The sooner, then your accountants are much happier if you have money coming in and not just going out. I think that Turkey and Kenya have very big ambitions and geothermal development programs. And I think it's fantastic to see countries motivated to seek out geothermal and add them to their portfolio. But also we see really good things happening in Kenya and in East Africa around direct use as well. So just focusing on electricity is not just what geothermal can offer. And it's good to see community and economic development happening around some of that cascade heat or low temperature fluids coming from projects as well, where they provide opportunities for economic development in some of those smaller communities. So I support, obviously, increased investment in geothermal projects. And what motivates is, let's build decarbonised electricity generation. But we must be cautious in our speed, that we're thoughtful as well, because geothermal is a long-term project life. In New Zealand, we've been operating Wairakei for over 60 years. So the decisions that we make, you make in the early development, you will have to manage in later life. So I would caution those that are racing into geothermal to be thoughtful as well.
Okay, thank you. And now we have the second question from the audience, from Heru Berian Pratama from ITB to Ms. Marit Brommer. Thank you for the interesting talk. How to promote wider geothermal energy development, especially in Indonesia, to reach a roadmap for Indonesia's geothermal power sector based on Irena's perspective.
Thank you for that question. And I think it's a very good one. And I also think this is the discussion we need to have, because a lot of time, and this is really speaking on behalf of both hats I'm wearing as IGA and also in the Coalition for Action. A lot of times when I am confronted with sometimes the lack of geothermal in our arena talks is because of costs. Geothermal is perceived to be too costly, and hence preference will be given to other types of technologies that appear or are perceived as being less costly. So what I am very excited about is what Ms. Blair already mentioned about the valuing of geothermal and discussing geothermal on a global scale, and also in Indonesia for that matter. And I come to the answer to your question here in a sec. It's about the benefits and the value of geothermal. And instead of constantly being referred to that we are more costly than the others, that we start the narrative and the framing on the benefits and the valuing of geothermal when you take that entire life cycle asset into account, from the inception in the exploration stage and for understanding the amount of heat beneath our feet, all the way down when we have our assets working for the 30 to 50 to even beyond the 50 years that our assets are running. What I would like to vouch for, and this is also in my tenure now with IRENA, one of the, let's say, spearheads that I'm trying to set up in our Coalition for Action, is that we start to talk about that entire value chain of geothermal and compare it then with the other ones. It's not to become better or more competitive, but it's about understanding the narrative of geothermal in the context of removing just the costing element, but understanding the value of geothermal throughout that 50-year cycle. And I'm convinced that if you start looking into geothermal with its exact numbers, its metrics and its costing element, both the subsurface element and surface element, and put that into the context of the energy journey that countries are going through. I think for Indonesia, it can be pivotal to include conversations on that journey into the individual elements of the energy transition needs. For IRENA, that could mean that there could be direct policy and hence financial incentives that derive from those good policies that can be mapped into regulatory frameworks, and further work to be done with the development banks across the world that can take either advantage of the knowledge built in Indonesia or vice versa, seeing that as a lighthouse example for how geothermal can be mapped better into those roadmaps. Thank you.
Very interesting explanation from Marit, which is do not only look at the cost of geothermal, but we have to look more to the value, to the benefit, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Now we move to the third question from the audience. The third question from Nora Donald from ITB to Miss Andy Blair. We are very passionate about geothermal transition. Sorry. It is, yeah, okay. About geothermal transition, there is any local contents from IGA for pushing this happen?
So thanks for that question. And earlier I talked about connection as a real focus for us at the moment at the IGA. And I think it's really important to say that the IGA is not here to get in front of domestic geothermal organisations. So you have a NAGA, you know, in New Zealand, there's the New Zealand Geothermal Association, and there's no interest from the IGA to stand in front of those organisations and talk to local issues. What we really need, and maybe we haven't been so good at it in the past, but we're trying to be better at it, is listen to what the issues are from Indonesia, from the different countries, and get those insights to make sure that they are helping us inform our global conversations. So the things we do at the IGA are things that aren't done locally. We are here to focus on those global conversations, to provide influence and advocacy and conversations that are bigger, that are broader than individual country discussions and thoughts and issues, so that we can lift them up and connect people, so we all become connectors of issues, insights, and information. So we will support local events, we will support groups that are trying to advocate and do awesome things in country, but we won't ever step in front of country organisations. We're currently working on how to get more influence in our own organisation from the region, from the Asia Pacific region, and how we can do that better. We know that in the past, the structures that we've had in the past and the way we've done things aren't going to fit for the future that we want. And so we need to build structures and listen more to regions and make sure we lift up and take advice and influence from countries like Indonesia, who've had a long history here, who do amazing things and have communities and have such a broad base of operational insights and knowledge, and make sure that we are listening to this region, but we won't stand in front of groups in the region. So we're here to support.
Okay, in other way, you want to say that we should solve our own internal issues, correct?
No, we're saying we can help you by connecting you
Okay.
with others that are having the similar issues, and we'll support you in your struggle with information and support. But we will make sure that we're not getting in the way of your local issues.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And now we move to the next question. From Ivan Siahaan, IPTKA, to Ms. Brommer. While globally solar energy growing nicely, geothermal in Indonesia still needed to due to the benefit of helping PLN baseload. Do you think IRENA should focus on geothermal investment in Indonesia?
Thank you. Another very thoughtful question. I think solar is obviously a strong candidate for many countries across the world who have the ability to use solar into electricity production. So there is an absolute advocacy role for the solar technology, solar power worldwide, solar council, and they've done a very good job in terms of bringing down those costs of those solar PV, and even the thermal collectors these days are being picked up as being a cost-effective and very competitive independent electricity supplier. So I'm not here to say that solar is not the right choice, neither for Indonesia or for the world. I think solar is fantastic. And we actually, as Geothermal, are very well equipped to work with solar in many locations to do the dual things, such as being both electricity and a heating and cooling option system integrator. I think the word baseload is a very important one, and geothermal is non-intermittent and is baseload, and that is absolutely crucial for a lot of stability and grid balancing issues, but also a standalone 95% of the time installed capacity, very independent, better weather resistant, from the hurricanes in the Caribbean to the flooding, as has been perceived throughout the world. Geothermal has always been on. And I think that is a clear benefit to many countries, including obviously in Indonesia, where geothermal is so abundantly from a potential point of view. So yes to being more strong in advocating in IRENA and on our Coalition for Action for geothermal to be mapped as a key contributor for development, for sustainable development, but also for clean energy development. In the question, you tie baseload geothermal to investment, and I think that's the crucial answer here. We need to unlock more capital, both from public sites as from private sites, into geothermal. That is not just in Indonesia a missing element in geothermal development. This is a worldwide missing element. If you look at the amount of dollars that has been spent in the past 5 years on solar and wind, it becomes quite obvious that we are not even seeing 1% of that global investment into geothermal. And if you then look at the installed capacity for wind, for instance, 650 gigawatts in wind, compared to the 15 gigawatts electric installed for geothermal, it's obvious that we lack significant funding. And yes to that, in terms of answering your question, which is a thoughtful one, we need more investment. I think IRENA, together with IEA and all the banks across the world from the public side, we should be advocating much more about unlocking capital for geothermal. But I would also say this is also due for the private side. So private equity, venture capitals, understanding the risk, but also the reward of geothermal. And that's another tie to the benefits and the understanding of the value of geothermal. I heard someone say recently, we need in geothermal patient capital. And I very much agree with that. This is not for short-term wins. Geothermal is for the countries, is for the developers, is for banks, and is for investors who want to reap the benefits of a patient energy asset. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brommer. I think I want to continue a little bit about that question. That's true that in Indonesia, we normally compare the solar energy, which is the price drop very fast, and geothermal, maybe it is stable or even maybe getting higher every year. And if we refer to the report from IRENA, the solar energy dropped very fast in the recent years, and also the wind energy, which unfortunately we do not have wind potential. I mean the good quality, only low or maybe medium quality. So I think the competition in Indonesia, in everybody's mind now, is about geothermal and solar energy. But we forget about the geothermal is suitable for base load, which the solar energy is intermittent. So if we want to make a fair competition, we should consider the energy storage to make solar energy to become suitable for the base load. That's maybe my comment. Now we next to the we have the next question, please, from Husni Mubarak from BGA to Ms. Brommer from the IRENA report, Green Hydrogen Cost Reduction 2020. It was mentioned that major contribution of the high cost of green hydrogen are electrolyzer and electricity costs. The electrolyzer must be reduced to 80% from the existing price, and the electricity price will be reduced to 2 to 5.3 cents per kilowatt hour to decrease the hydrogen production cost, and more it's competitive compared to gray and blue hydrogen. Could you share the idea how to decrease the geothermal electricity cost to 2 to 5.5 cents per kilowatt hour so that the green hydrogen from geothermal can deliver 80% reduction in hydrogen cost? Thank you.
That's another very thoughtful and very good question, and it's good to see that hydrogen and the journey towards delivering and being a producer of green hydrogen is so being picked up worldwide. I'm very happy for that, and I actually think that I am for two ways very happy with that, because I am of the fundamental belief that geothermal is going to be a game changer for producing green hydrogen in a very competitive and cost-effective way. I come to a sec in terms of the 2 to 5.3 cents the kilowatt hour, dollar cents the kilowatt hours, and how geothermal can be driven down potentially to a lower amount of LCOE. But the reason why I think geothermal is so suited for producing green hydrogen, and actually Indonesia could be, or maybe even the entire Asia Pacific region could be a game changer for making the advocacy on this role, is that those electrolyzers that you referred to, Hesni, they are going to be classified as the electrolyzers that are in need of steam and high pressure. And if there is one thing that geothermal is known for, especially in the high entropy countries, is steam and high pressure. So in order to go to a cost-effective, very competitive green hydrogen supplier, producer that can be beating gray and hence blue hydrogen, I'm not worried about blue hydrogen because you always need to store the CO2 then in a nearby location, and there are not that many locations around the world yet where that's mapped into being cost-effective. Gray hydrogen is basically a way of securing the continuation of our oil and gas journey. But blue hydrogen and green hydrogen, and being competitive to, let's say, green hydrogen, that is going to be game changer. And geothermal in the region with high enthalpy sources, with good steam fields, with those electrolyzers being put into the market in the coming 5 years, I think that's going to be an excellent journey to be mapped into Indonesia, in the Philippines, New Zealand, Australia, Japan's success stories. That's one thing. Second, I very much agree that in order to serve the world's journey to energy security and energy independence and energy fairness, and hence that just transition, we need to provide affordable clean energy. Affordability is of huge concern for all of us out there who are trying to become competitive. And hence, if you look at geothermal's upfront costs, and if you look at the slice of that entire financial scheme for geothermal, you basically see two areas where we can do better. One is the subservice element, specifically the drilling cost, and then a specifically operational point of view. It's not about the individual people working in exploration or in the production site. It is about drilling. Drilling, if we do that effective in a portfolio approach across multiple sites in multiple countries, we can learn from each other, we can set those best practices, and we can move away from a more prototype approach towards a more streamlined learning experience, agile way of working. And yes, to drilling multiple wells at the same time, that's an oil and gas sort of best practice. I think that is what geothermal can get from that oil and gas being, expertise being brought into geothermal. It also means we need more money, because in order to drill in batches and to drill more wells simultaneously, obviously more money needs to be unlocked for multiple projects at the same time. And that's, of course, an area where we want to work with oil and gas, with the banks, and with multiple project developers. Second, in terms of driving down costs for geothermal, we're currently worldwide, LCOE, levelized cost of electricity, around 10 cents. We aim to be at 7 to 6 cents in the coming 5 to 10 years if we look at the service side. Surface site is costing 65% of that LCOE. And if we want to drive down those costs, we need to understand how we can be more leaner and be more efficiently in terms of bringing electricity to the grid. It sits for part of the reason in the turbines and in the effectiveness and enhance that, that energy delivery side of the turbines and of our power plants, but it also sits in infrastructure. Infrastructure is a heavy sink for our cost, and hence I think what we need to do together jointly is understanding how we can provide faster delivery of electricity, so reducing our time, our operational time, but also faster delivery, getting the PPA signed, the power purchase agreement signed, getting that infrastructure in place in order to get electricity to the grid. And that can be in the form of smaller projects, more leaner projects, and more agile and flexibility. Can also be because we want to work better with our utility companies around the world. And hence this is a role of linking source, geothermal, to its off-taker and hence utility companies in order to ensure faster and better delivery of our final product, in this case, electricity. So 2 areas for advocacy around reducing LCOE, but moreover, this is a journey together in order to understand that green hydrogen can actually be very competitive once we are using geothermal as a baseload supplier to produce green hydrogen. Thank you for that very nice question.
Thank you. And Andy, do you have any comment? Because there is one project, hydrogen project in New Zealand from geothermal.
Yeah, and we're really proud of the company. It's a collaboration between a Maori company in New Zealand and a Japanese company, and they are actually producing hydrogen now. So it's a great demonstration that it can work. And now we just need to move to the economic side of the equation, just as you spoke to, Marit. But, it works, the potential works, geothermal and hydrogen can go hand in hand. And now we just need to pull all the economics together and scale up.
Okay, thank you. Now we still have many questions, so we continue to the next question from Heru Berian from Geothermal ITB to Miss Andy Blair. Thank you very much for sharing. Personally, I suspect the biggest contribution oil and gas can make to geothermal is not on the technical side, though of course there are offerings. I would ask for an opinion. How do you concern about long ability to deal scale with raising finance when faced with geological risk, because this is a concept that oil and gas is very familiar with, and it has a long relationship with investors who know that.
Thanks for the question. And it brings up a broader thinking that we need to do around business models and how oil and gas are going to look to play into the geothermal sector. Obviously, geothermal doesn't offer the kind of rewards that the oil and gas sector get from their investments in drilling and other things. And so how are oil and gas companies going to participate in geothermal, and what projects are going to be large scale enough for them to be interested in? So they're used to dealing in those big numbers and those big 1,000 megawatt projects. And, you know, what can we offer in geothermal in that space? So yes, we do need to think about the financial models and the vehicles in which we are financing geothermal projects for them to be attractive for those bigger players. And utility, you know, oil and gas are going to look at those. I can see a whole lot of the lower temperature, direct use, district heating systems and utility scale things being attractive, things that are big in mass and can be produced quickly and scaled quickly. But that is a broader conversation, I think, that we can't answer yet. But I'm very interested in having those conversations with those oil and gas companies around how they view financial models and vehicles, and how that will help us in the geothermal community to think bigger and think more differently about how we attract investment around, and how we see risk and how we think about risk and how we can help others think about risk when it comes to geothermal. So I'm not sure if I answered your question there, but I think it's a really good question, and it's not one that we've solved yet, but we are participating in the broader community.
Thank you for your answer. In my personal opinion, because I think IGA has to persuade oil and gas industry to join the geothermal industries, because right now they develop solar project and wind project which is too far from oil and industry technology, which is geothermal is too close. It is a kind of sister and brother. Why they do not want to join the geothermal? So I think IGA has an important role how to attract them to geothermal industries.
I think I can let you know, Ali, that some of our most recent corporate sponsors have been oil and gas organizations. So they are attracted to geothermal, and we just need to make maybe our discussions more visible, or you know, they are interested. They do have technologies that we really want to know about and share, and I totally agree with you. But they do have interest in geothermal, and I'm sure we're going to see many more investments in technologies and sharing projects and ideas. And I'm really looking forward to it.
Okay, now we move to the next question. It's still many. We still have less than 10 minutes. So from Ruli Geodipa, for two speakers, from external point of view, what is biggest challenge for geothermal to combine with other energy source, especially solar energy in the world energy transition?
I might pass it over to Marit to answer, first of all, since she's got a good handle on the IRENA side of things.
Yes. So if Ali, maybe I did not understand the question too well. Is it in combination with solar, or is it in competition with solar? What's in combination?
Yes, combination with solar.
Yeah.
the
Okay.
challenge, a combination between geothermal and solar. Yeah.
Okay. So the challenge, if you look at worldwide, and not just in Indonesia, but the challenge of the combination between geothermal and solar is that solar is often perceived as being less risky and cost effective, meaning that less risk and cheaper. And hence it becomes of a priority number one for certain jurisdictions in cities and other local for buildings in the built environment, where solar is seen as a very interesting, agile technology of choice. And I understand that. But the compatibility of solar and geothermal, in our opinion, and hence this is also where the advocacy role sits, especially in either in the industry side, so light industry needs, where there is a need for temperatures ranging between 80 and 120 degrees Celsius, and in the built environment, when it comes down to buildings, offices, groups of clusters of industry lots under the jurisdictions in cities where there is a need for heating and cooling, is where the combination between solar and geothermal is obviously spot on. The one is geothermal can offer baseload. Here it is again, the word baseload is still of immense value for a lot of policy makers, because what to do if the sun doesn't shine? And I understand that batteries and energy storage is becoming, of course, a very interesting way forward. But let me then also make, of course, also the remark that then your LCOE, the levelized cost of electricity, once we are including batteries into that pricing, it all of a sudden becomes a lot more expensive when you're building that into your needs to storing that intermittent energy into your battery system and in your storage system. And hence the ability of policy makers and decision takers in jurisdictions around spatial planning for new energy, it becomes all of a sudden very interesting to look at solar and geothermal as two very system integrative ways of looking into clean electricity and clean heat. And I think the combination between using Earth's ability to store energy, and yes, you may argue that's not your typical way of looking at geothermal, but we, in our reservoirs worldwide, we are able to store that summer or winter heat, depending on where we are in the world, and making it seasonal available to our consumers. So there is competition when you purely look at it from a pricing and a flexibility point of view. But if you look at it from a policy making, spatial planning, and hence having that long-term vision for what it is we want to achieve under the sustainable development scenarios, all of a sudden geothermal and solar are actually quite compatible and even may work together very strongly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the next question from Ilan Kardani, Geodipa Energy. How do we attract more international investors in remote area, knowing the infrastructure and social costs can be very high? How do we change the opinion of society and media that geothermal can affect or pollute the underground water and atmosphere around the area? Thanks. I think it is because you involve a lot in the social issue in not only in New Zealand.
Yeah, social license is absolutely key to all of geothermal's interests around the world. And as I was saying earlier, we need to do better at talking about the value that geothermal has to bring. That's more than electricity. It's, you know, how do we talk about the fact that industrial direct use projects are big providers of job opportunities for people? How do we talk about that with communities? I think the important thing is the way in which we deal and engage with the community, because geothermal projects are 30 years plus. If we're looking at electricity projects, 30 years is a normal amount of time. And so we are effectively moving our drill rigs into someone's backyard. And so how do we be good neighbors for 30 years? It's really important that we engage local communities into geothermal projects in a meaningful way and not in a tokenistic way, because we need locals to be proud and supportive of geothermal projects and to benefit fully from them. I think we don't talk enough about the positivity around social outcomes and environmental outcomes from geothermal. And I think we speak in a very highly technical way, which is hard for lay people to understand. And that's why when I was saying we need to speak outside of ourselves more, I think that's a real task for us in the current environment, that we need to start talking more to people outside of ourselves so they can understand what the true value of geothermal is. In New Zealand, Māori, our Indigenous people, believe that if the land and water are sick, then the people are sick. And so we have to make sure that we look after the land and water so that we look after people. And geothermal gives us the opportunity to have first world activities and good social and environmental outcomes if we do it well. And so, how do we share those stories with smaller communities? So let's try and do that more.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the end of this session. I am very sorry because still many questions but cannot be answered by presenters because a limited time. We have very interesting discussion. May what we have learned today will be useful for us in the future. Thank you to all the invited speakers. I am very sorry for any inconvenience during this talk show. I am Ali Ashat as the moderator. Says see you again in the future. Thank you very much for your attention. May God grant us good health during this pandemic. I return this session to Fadil as the today's MC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the great insight that presented by our invited speakers. And also thank you, Mr. Ali Ashat, for guiding us throughout the first talk show session. We have prepared memento for our speakers as token of appreciation. Due to the pandemic, you are unable to hand it over in this event. Nevertheless, the committee will contact for further information related to delivery. Thank you. We will have one more talk show after the short break. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned.
PT Kogindo Daya Bersama adalah perusahaan ketenaga listrikan di Indonesia yang beroperasi di seluruh wilayah Indonesia dari Sabang sampai Merauke. Kogindo didirikan pada tahun 1998 sebagai anak perusahaan PT Indonesia Power dan bagian dari PT PLN Persero. Kogindo memiliki 4 bidang usaha, yaitu suplai energi, jasa operasi dan pemeliharaan pembangkit listrik, jasa gas dan diesel engine, dan jasa maintenance, repair, overhaul, M&O. Dalam kurun waktu lebih dari 2 dekade, kami telah mengembangkan bisnis kami secara signifikan dan membangun dasar yang kokoh bagi portofolio perusahaan di level nasional maupun internasional. Kogindo menawarkan satu solusi layanan terintegrasi di bidang ketenaga listrikan melalui Kogindo Integrated Solution. Dengan menggabungkan kompetensi, teknologi dan pengalaman, kami yakin dapat membantu para pelanggan mencapai efisiensi dan keandalan pengoperasian pembangkit listrik di Indonesia dan seluruh belahan dunia. Kogindo, trusted partner for power generation.
Now it's time to begin the talk show session 2. The participants are welcome to submit a question during talk show session on Q&A chat box. The talk show session 2 will be moderated by Mr. Iqbal Nur. Mr. Muhammad Iqbal Nur is Regional Business Director, Sumatra and Kalimantan at PT PLN. He graduated on 1993 at Western University as Management and Power Utility. He has been working as Regional Business Director, Sumatra and Kalimantan at PT PLN since 2020. Before we proceed, we would like to invite moderator, all speakers, and all panelists to turn the camera on for photo session. Okay, we may begin in 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Let's proceed to the next session. Mr. Iqbal Nur, the time is yours.
Thank you, MC. Good afternoon to all ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to all participants of the Geothermal webinar, which is promoted by the ITB. And this is the second session, I think, quite long time for the first session. But in this second session, we will discuss the topic of geothermal plan, strategy, and management to accelerate energy transition in Indonesia. All participants can be interactive, ask question and to all the speakers through the chat room. Our speaker this time have three different institutions. First of all, it is Director General of New and Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation, Pak Dadan Kusdiana. I think this is a very famous guy for the talking about the renewable. And his role of a Director General is as a government, as a regulator that ensure the optimal use of geothermal energy in Indonesia, especially in the contribute to electricity sector. The second panelist, I think, not less important, it is Pak Tasrif. It is my true friends in the many organization. He is from Pertamina Geothermal Energy, one of the most important geothermal company in Indonesia, which is makes many regulation and establishment how transaction geothermal it is created by the PGA, promoting by PGA. And the third panelist consists of 2 persons from the multilateral bank. It is namely from the World Bank. We hope that the financial institution also encourage and implement the accurate strategy. The goal to accelerate the geothermal in Indonesia can be realized. Huang Mei Nguyen and Muksin Kadir, who had a very intense discussion how to strategize to reduce the risk of the geothermal development and can be carried out by the private or state-owned. Before giving opportunity to the speakers, I will showing one slide, I think. Hopefully, currently PLN in year 2020 already launching program. We call it its PLN transformation program. Consists of 4 points. It is first is lean, innovative, green, and customer focus. We will discuss only for the green. What is the meaning of the green? When I'm still a young engineer. Sorry, I think I should share first. Where is it? I think you can see my slide. Oh, sorry, this is still mixing between Indonesian and English translation. But when I'm young engineer, when I'm doing the planning, I only consider 2 things: affordability and availability of supply, and quality of supply. I mean, that means currently world is changing. I should add one more criteria, which is acceptability. Acceptability means how low the emission creating by the electricity production. I mean, if A, I say the security of supply, B, for affordability for the customer to pay, and C, for the acceptability for the environmental. If I'm doing the cross section between A and B, the condition it is in Indonesia maybe going to coal power plant, because the price for the coal plant it is affordable for the people, and the supply it is quite enough for Indonesia, but it is far away from the acceptability for the low emission. It is supposed to be some effort to reduce the CO2 level. On the other hand, if I'm doing the A and B, it is low emission can be accepted, but the security of supply also it is acceptable. It is geothermal, but it is still a bit affordability for the customer compare the coal. It is supposed to be some strategy we should have implemented, which is, I don't know, Pak Dadan will explore, maybe they get the tax reduction, or they give some policy, any policy, and maybe World Bank can give any suggestion how to create the cheap money to, we can have a development for the geothermal. That is between A and C. But if you see A and B, it is the cross section. Yes, it is security of supply, okay, but affordability, okay. Sorry, but for the accessibility, it is no good. We call it is intermittent. It is solar PV. Then how to improve the security of supply? Of course, I should invest again for the battery and everything. That is my overview for the three speakers. How we can solve the transition energy, which is not only consider the price, not only consider the security of supply, but also consider the emission. I think I stop share my presentation. Then I will give Pak for the first speaker. I think we will hear from the program and policy that will be designed by the government. We will listen to the presenter, Pak Dirjen, Pak Dadan Kusdiana, to give some pencerahan, Pak, for us, how you can derive all the situation to improve the investment appetite for the geothermal energy. Please, Pak Dadan, the time is yours. Please, Pak.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore, very good afternoon, very good morning to some of you, probably still morning in some places. Thank you, Pak Iqbal. Nice to see you again, sir. And also thank you to Ibu Suryatini for the event. I heard that this is the 10th continuous workshop. So ITB has done every years. So I would like to congratulate for this very important and very timely discussion on the geothermal. Last week, I accompanied my minister to have the meeting on G20. So joint ministerial meeting on environment, on climate and energy. So the issue then, the one that has been clearly mentioned by Pak Iqbal. So this is the how then we can combine those three issues together: affordability, accessibility, and also the environment, security, and also the environment. And those, I think, lie in some extent then to the geothermal that we are discussing today. And my life is then becoming easier this afternoon because my minister has presented very comprehensive slides, information, and also the program, I think, real in the keynote speaker. And then also, since we are in the second stage for the plenary, for the panel session, we have heard, we have learned also from the IRENA and also from the International Association of Geothermal, how then the geothermal can be developed in some other places. We have heard, for example, next, I think I would like to share the slide. Yeah, this is the photograph of the our geothermal in Ulubelu. This is 110 megawatt. You can see here it's just like in the paradise, yeah, very green, with very green surrounding pictures. Next. I will show you with the current geothermal situation in Indonesia compared with other countries. Yeah, we have learned that we are the second largest in terms of potential, and by fact also that we are also the second largest in terms of the implementation. So compared with the US, we are still second, and we are hoping that we can surpass also the implementation of the US with the current roadmap that I will show you earlier. We have seen also that geothermal can serve the largest percentage of the electricity in a country. For example, in Iceland, I just googling that in Iceland that geothermal provide 25% for the electricity, and the other 75% coming from the hydro. So in total, that country can be supplied by 100% of renewable energy, and we are going to do that also in some years. So this is actually the implementation and also the resources. We have almost 24 gigawatt. With the resources, I think that will be around 14 gigawatt, and mostly located in Sumatra and Java, and some are distributed in Maluku, Sulawesi, and also in Nusa Tenggara. And for the installed capacity, mostly in Java, I think, and also follow with Sumatra. We are going also to have some programs as being presented also by the minister earlier, that will go also to the eastern part of the country, to the Nusa Tenggara, for example, or even we will go to the Maluku Island for the implementation of geothermal. And by this, I think PLN, PGE, and also other state-owned companies are very active to promote, to accelerate the implementation of geothermal here. Next. And how about our roadmap, our program? We have been discussing with, I think, with Pak Iqbal, also when you are in the position of Director of Corporate Planning on this. And I think this is our final discussion with PLN, also with others, that up to 2030, we will have around 4,500 megawatt of installed capacity. So we'll add around 2,400 of new geothermal plant to the grid. Yeah. So this is talking about the geothermal into electricity, into the grid. And earlier in the discussion that there are a lot of also possibilities for us to optimize the resources of geothermal, whether this is for the direct use for geothermal, that I think some of the companies are currently working on that part. And also the other is to utilize the electricity produced from geothermal. If this is cannot be absorbed by the grid, by the utility, it can be also converted to other form of the energy carrier, for example, the hydrogen. And I heard and I know that PT PGE also worked very hard on trying to have the pilot project on this. So at the end, then in 2035, we are looking to have, and we are targeting to have very close to 10 gigawatt of the implementation of geothermal for electricity. So again, this is on electricity, and we will open more discussion and also more activities on the direct use and also other use from geothermal in order to optimize the resources that we have now recently. And for the activities to support those activities, actually we have some program that I believe that we will be mentioning later on by the World Bank for the funding access for the geothermal drilling in particular. But the first we have the government drilling. We have the state budget on this. So from APBN, we use the budget to do the exploration directly. And the second is through the World Bank support and others. This is managed by PT-SMI under the Ministry of Finance, in which the GeoDipa also support on these activities in the field. We have at least two programs. The first is pembiayaan infrastruktur sektor panas bumi, and the second is geothermal resource risk mitigation. For those, PT-SMI and also support by others now is trying to evaluate the proposal coming from the geothermal companies to have the support, to have the financing support on this. And I think this is one of the breakthroughs so far, because as far as I know, that it is very much difficult for the geothermal company to have the support in funding for the exploration, which is still very high in the risk. The other is the synergy between state-owned company. This is also an activity, an initiative coming from PLN, GeoDipa Energy, and to have more synergized activities. For example, this is for the Chandra di Muka working area field with 40 megawatt development plan. So this is also, I think, kind of the interesting activities coming from the companies, from the developers. The other, for example, between PLN and PT Pertamina. We have discussed in the morning. There was also a question to the minister that in terms of the holding preparation of those three state-owned companies, and I think we have also already the activities that in the field. This is combining the effort coming from both or even from those three state-owned companies. And the other are to optimize the resource. We know that in some areas, we know already the resources, we know already the capacity, we know already we have already the infrastructure. So we are supporting to optimize those resources by developing the expansion. For example, Salak Binary 15 megawatt. There is also another project in Dieng small scale 10 megawatt. And now we are also discussing with others, with PT PGE, for example, to have more this kind of the project in which then it can combine the issue of affordability that has been mentioned by Pak Iqbal. Next. This is the idea why then the government provide more support, whether through the state budget, whether through the PT-SMI, to support during the exploration. This shows the graph, the project risk through the bankability of the project. So when we have for example, the exploration, the risk is still very high, and that's why we don't have any support, or very much difficult to have the support from the commercial bank. This is the reason that why the government will introduce more and more the support on the exploration. I think going to the downstream activities in which that we can manage the risk to the moderate or even low, then I think the support coming from the financial institution would be much easier. And this is, I think, the practice so far. Next. I would like to give you an example here that now is currently being implemented by the Ministry of Energy, in particular in the Geological Agency. We have two projects for the exploration. The first is Cisolok Sukarame, this is in West Java, and the other is Nage in Nusa Tenggara Timur. We have two projects for the exploration, stream hole exploration. For the Nage, it is done by the drilling company, while for the Cisolok Sukarame, it is being implemented, conducted by the research agency of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. So we have two projects already in the field. Some are already in the preparation side. For example, the well pad are ready in the field. Now we are trying to mobilize all the equipment, the facilities, and we are targeting that at the end of this year we can finish to have at least to have two well for each location. After this finish, then we will do the evaluation and then tendering the result. Yeah. So we can have the project that is low in terms of the risk. Next. And then in terms of the national strategy, we know that there are some challenges in the field. The social issues are getting more and more. However, in many locations, in terms of during the exploration, also there are some difficulties with the social issues in the field, and we have already actually the law on the Cipta Kerja on this, and by this I think we will also simplify the process, the administration process in the field. We work very close with other ministries, for example, to handle the issue, for example, in particular the issue of utilization of water under the law number 16, I think. Then we have some challenges, and we are still working on that. We have learned already the acceleration of the government exploration, but now we are working on the finalization of the tariff for the perpres of EBT. Yeah, we just now have the comment from the Ministry of Finance, and I would like to also very soon to complete some question coming from the Ministry of Finance. Then I believe once we have the more structural regulation in terms of the tariff, then most issues we can handle. The other are in terms of the data. So this is also very much important, and also we like to also to support more on the utilization for the direct use and also utilization for underuse of geothermal. We realize that the PLN grid has some limitation to absorb all of our potential. So I would like to invite all also to further continue the initiative, the breakthrough, how to optimize the in situ geothermal resources. So by this, I would like to conclude my talk, my speech. So back to Pak Iqbal. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Dadan. I think I just recap what is your statement. I think there are 4 points, a very interesting point. Government will push the government drilling, SOS synergy, and asking support from the multilateral financing, including World Bank. And then the last point is Pak Dadan have a target doubling the capacity into 10 years and 5 times in the 15 years. That is the target, quite ambitious for the 9.3 gigawatt in year 2035, which is 15 years from now. But it is very challenging, Pak. I think for the next speakers, I think I give to opportunity Pak Tafif as a Director Operation of Pertamina Geothermal to describe a program that will increase the competitiveness of geothermal development in Indonesia. Pak Tasrif, to honest to you and all the audience, other renewable project, which is solar, wind project, it is also part of the alternative for PLN to buy the electricity coming from the renewable project, which is still under the transition program. That means we want to hear from Pak Tasrif and PGA and all the geothermal player how to improve the efficiency, how to improve make it the geothermal price more competitive compared than other renewable project. Please, Pak Tasrif, time is yours to describe any program and any how to PGA to solve the problem. Please, Pak Tasrif.
Ya, Pak Iqbal. Terima kasih. I'm happy to hear your opening, Pak Iqbal. That's I believe will be a place the geothermal energy in the top priority. Distinguished guests, all participants and committee to be here and bring this presentation that has been prepared by Mr. Ahmad Juniarto, our President Director itself. First of all, I apologize. Please, my presentation. Okay. First of all, I apologize that Mr. Ahmad Juniarto cannot join at this time due to an urgent meeting with the Ministry of BUMN. Next slide, please. As we all know, recently PT Pertamina Persero has made a transformation in facing the energy transition by forming 6 subholdings that handle all Pertamina's businesses. One of them is the power and new and renewable energy subholding. We call PT Pertamina Power Indonesia, which is in charge to carry out Pertamina's mission in developing gas-based energy business and new and renewable energy. And PT PGA, which operates geothermal energy, is included as a subsidiary of PT Pertamina Power Indonesia right now, which is in charge of developing geothermal energy, both for indirect use as a power plant and direct utilization development, which is currently being initiated as a new revenue streamline. Next slide. This slide clearly shows Pak Ahmad Juniarto vision as a President Director of PT Pertamina Geothermal Energy, which will bring the company into a world-class company with additional installed capacity more than 1,300 megawatt by 2030 and become a top player in geothermal energy development globally. Also, we plan to diversify our portfolio with international expansion and has a new revenue from beyond energy development. And also we realize this target is very challenging, and of course we will try our best to be able to achieve this target. For more detail, the plan and strategies that will be carried out as follows. Next slide. In this slide shows PT PGE has an installed capacity of 672 megawatt on operation. It is planned that there will be an additional install capacity of 165 megawatt in the Hulu-Lais and Lumut Pale project. Currently, we are completing the tender process for the construction of a power plant unit 2 with a capacity of 55 megawatt in the Lumut Pale project. We hope that the September construction can begin, which is expected to be complete in 2023. And we are currently also preparing front-end engineering design for the construction of steam gathering system in the Hulu-Lais project, which we plan to supply steam to PT PLN with a capacity of 110 megawatt, which is expected to be operational in 2024. We also realize that the current electricity price regulation is very challenging for the developer, as you mentioned, Pak Iqbal. Furthermore, there is no room for well drilling failure, and the cost of construction power plant must be as efficient as possible. Under this condition, PT PGE current development strategy is to develop brain to power and partnership with players who have a good reputation as operators or who have a power plant technology. Evaluation of our reservoirs in all operational areas shows that there is an additional 200 megawatt of brine and low pressure steam that can be developed using either bottoming or binary cycle technology without drilling new wells. This is very important, which we know requires a large investment cost with the high risk in the upstream stage. In terms of direct utilization of the geothermal energy, currently we are planning the construction as a pilot project of a green hydrogen plant in the Ulu Blue area. The hydrogen production in the first time will be used for Pertamina's oil refinery. Of course, it will be a good experience before we produce green hydrogen commercially. Next slide. By aligning the advantage of geothermal energy development in relation to geothermal in Indonesian energy transition, we know there are several advantages that we can take into account. Geothermal energy is in indigenous energy resources with abundant potential. It can be a key to national energy security. Compared to other new and renewable energy, we believe geothermal energy has a high capacity availability factor and dispatchability best fit to be the green base load. That's also the important. And of course, geothermal energy is a very low carbon footprint and have carbon credit potential. And most importantly, geothermal energy has a potential green economic multiplier effect through co-development of beyond geothermal, such as and green hydrogen, CO2, liquefaction, methanol, and rare earth mineral extraction. Next slide, please. You can see related to the development of direct utilization of geothermal energy, there are several opportunities that we can develop. For example, green hydrogen, H2S removal, and CO2 liquefaction, CO2 methanol, agro-business, geothermal tourism, and mineral extraction. And I think this is very common, especially outside of Indonesia, New Zealand, Iceland, etc. As I have said, we are currently planning the construction of a hydrogen plant, and we have also complete a pilot project for the separation of H2S to extract CO2 as CO2 liquefaction. While related to the geothermal tourism, we are collaborating with our sister company, Patra Jasa, and we can see how to develop the geothermal tourism in our place. We realize the commercialization of the direct use of geothermal energy is very challenging. Consider there are many regulations that we ourselves don't know about. So we are currently also asking for input or pencerahan from BTKE, DJK, and KLHK in parallel, and also related to develop the direct utilization of geothermal energy. In this great time, I also would like to thank the World Bank for assisting a complete study in this field. Thank you, Pak Musin, Ms. Nguyen. Next slide. Okay. That's all. Terima kasih. Screen is yours, Pak Iqbal.
Thank you, Pak Tasrif. I think I noticed some point. It is give it to us that you will trying to new technology for the low temperature field, and then collaborate with the international and experienced company has proven to develop the geothermal. And the last one, it is many idea how you doing the hydrogen plant. But the bottom line, it is to improve the return of the renewable project. Then maybe for the next speaker, this is very important speaker, I think, Miss Huang Nguyen and Pak Muksin. Pak Tasrif already mentioned how the bank make it the structure of the transaction can reduce the risk of geothermal developers, including the multilateral bank can help geothermal price can make a competitive with other the renewable project. But we believe the most stable until now as an operator of electricity, the most stable and most easier to control the renewable project, it is geothermal. No doubt for that one. But we still trying to asking from the multilateral financial institution how to support the geothermal project to become more competitive with other renewable project. On the other word, maybe with very straightforward, how low the competitiveness, the interest. Normally, if I'm communicate with the World Bank now, okay, cost of fund of the World Bank plus some premium. But currently, we asking the opposite way, Ms. Nguyen and Pak Muksin, how come the cost of the bank minus from donor and everything to become easier for Pak Tasrif and Pak Dadan to promoting the renewable project from geothermal. Also, coming from us as a buyer of electricity, it is easy to release to the customer. Please, Ms. Nguyen and Pak Muksin, time is yours.
Pak Iqbal for a very kind introduction. And it was very nice to hear from Pak Dadan and Pak Tafif as well. Thank you to the conference for the opportunity and honor to be with you today and share about the World Bank activities and support to geothermal sector in Indonesia. It has been a pleasure to listen to our rich discussions that we have had today and learn from our distinguished panelists. Pak Muksin and myself, Hung Nguyen, are the two task team leaders for the bank's two initiatives in supporting geothermal in Indonesia. The World Bank provides financing, policy advice, and technical assistance to support poverty reduction, economic development, climate change, mitigation and adaptation in an environmental and socially sustainable way. Since 2010, we have engaged in the geothermal sector. We supported Pertamina geothermal energy in Ui and 4 in Sumatra and Lahendong 5 and 6 in North Sulawesi. In 2016, we also invited representatives from MEMR and PGE to the Iceland Geothermal Conference. We also facilitated a knowledge exchange between Tanzania and Indonesia, bringing the expertise of the Indonesia geothermal sector to the world, to other of our client countries, but also exposing the policymakers, decision makers to developers around the world to understand better technologies. And this is another one of the examples of how knowledge are being brought together and have discussions on the latest technology, financing, and project management to support geothermal development in Indonesia. So it's been an honor for me to be part of this journey to support geothermal in Indonesia. But today we will discuss in more details the recent initiatives that the bank have supported in Indonesia in very close collaboration with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources and Ministry of Finance in the last few years. And I would let Pak Muksin present the first part of the presentation. Over to you, Pak Muksin.
Thank you, Huong. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon, everyone. It's really an honor to be here with all distinguished panelists and also all the audience in this very important geothermal annual event with ITB. So without further ado, I will like to start with the next slide, please. Thank you. I would like to talk about how geothermal supports the net zero emission target by the government of Indonesia. In an effort to fulfill the mandate of Paris Agreement, the government of Indonesia through Ministry of Environmental and Forestry recently announced a long-term strategy for reducing carbon emission and climate resilience 2050. The strategy has outlined how Indonesia will achieve its NDC target in 2030 and fulfill the net zero emission targets. The energy sector, which is one of the biggest greenhouse gas emitting sector, will play an important role to support the achievement of those targets. Bappenas, as the National Planning Institute, has developed several scenarios of a net zero emission target. If Indonesia wants to reach the target in, let's say, 2060, the mix of electric generation should exclude all the fossil fuel-based generation and only rely on the new and renewable energy generation, which are mainly from nuclear, geothermal, solar, wind, and other type of renewable. But however, comparing to the current generation mix, which is more than 75% are from coal and gas, a clear plan and a strong commitment to implement the energy transition strategy are required, which mainly consists of stopping new coal investment in the coming years, coal phase-out plan for the existing coal power plants, increasing new and renewable energy generation capacity, and provision of adequate financing and incentive support to promote the renewable energy development. As Pak Dadan explained earlier, that more than 5 gigawatt of new geothermal capacity will be added in 2035, and it definitely will require a huge funding amount for the development. Indonesia is blessed with abundant resource of renewable energy. While solar and wind may have intermittency issue connecting to the grid, and hydropower may have a future challenge with climate change, geothermal is considered best option to provide a green and reliable baseload generation. Next slide, please. However, even though we see that the geothermal is considered as a best option on how to promote the net zero emission target by the government, there are some barriers to geothermal investment and development that all of us are facing currently. The geothermal sector in Indonesia has been facing long outstanding challenge on the commerciality of the project development. Under the least cost generation environment currently, geothermal is difficult to compete with coal power generation. Higher tariff will be required to compensate high risk and high investment in geothermal projects. Roughly between 9 to 12 cents for geothermal tariff is required compared to coal, which is only 7 to 9 cents. Or even in Java, it's like 6 cents. Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resource is currently trying to prepare a new tariff regime for renewable energy, which also include geothermal, which is expected to address this challenge, accelerate the geothermal investment, and support the government target to achieve the net zero emission target. Another challenge is relevant to project acceptance, as Pak Iqbal mentioned earlier. Recent increasing barrier in several geothermal projects is inadequate community acceptance to geothermal project. Misperception of geothermal environmental and social risks, also unclear real economic benefit of geothermal activity to community might be the reason for this challenge. We will present more detail in later slide on how meaningful public consultation and development of benefit sharing mechanism could potentially address this social issue. Next slide, please. Talking about barriers to geothermal development, this project that I will present in this slide has been mentioned earlier by Pak Dadan and also Pak Minister, Pak Arifin. We all understand that geothermal project is also facing the high resource risk and high upfront investment cost during exploration stage. Developer may require like up to 30 million to finance the exploration drilling without knowing whether the exploration will be successful or not. During this stage, there is no availability commercial funding from the banking industry to support the developers. Only limited developers could finance the exploration stage from their equity or from its shareholder. And in our situation in early 2010s, many geothermal licenses were issued by a government at that time, but until now, many of them are not progressing so well. Understanding that a successful exploration stage will unlock the next development and bring more investment, World Bank, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Finance, and PT Sarana Multi Infrastructure have prepared exploration facility under geothermal resource risk mitigation or a grant project. The facility will provide up to 30 million for each project to public and private developers to conduct the exploration drilling. The facility is designed suitable to Indonesia context, not only filling the gap that there is no exploration loan in the market, but also equipped with the partial facility forgiveness in case that the exploration is unsuccessful. Currently, the grant facility is under implementation. The TSMI has been in close engagement with prospective developers to start screening the projects. The facility is combining concessional funding and climate fund up to 140 million, which will be expected to unlock about a $4 billion investment post exploration. I think this is also relevant to previous description from the previous panelists that require or asking how the financing can be cheaper. That bringing a climate fund is one of the things that we could try to reduce the financing cost of the geothermal development. In addition to supporting exploration by developers that implemented through grant project, World Bank is also supporting exploration conducted by government, which will be presented by my colleague Huong, who is also the task team leader of this project. Time is yours, Huong, for the next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Muksin. Oh, actually, could you go back one slide? Pak Muksin has just presented this slide. We changed the order a bit. Thank you so much. So indeed, this geothermal energy upstream development project was referred to by Pak Dadan and Pak Minister in their presentation when they mentioned about the PISP fund. We, around 2016, 2017, worked very closely with the Geothermal Directorate to transform the Geothermal Fund facility into this project, where we were able to develop a facility, a revolving fund, where we finance government-sponsored exploration drilling before it's being tendered. And once the site has been de-risked, and if it's successful, then it will be tendered. The successful bidder will repay exploration cost and a risk premium. This repayment will cover for projects that may not be successful and therefore continue to bring financing into the sector. The idea is that we want to support up to 65 megawatt of geothermal capacity across Eastern Indonesia. This includes Waisano, Jailolo, Nage, and Bituang. And for this facility, we bring together the government funds from PISP, which is managed by Ministry of Finance, where the fund manager is PTSMI, and combine that with a grant, reimbursable grant from the Clean Technology Fund. And these together serve as fund that could be put at risk to take resource risk in geothermal. Our economic analysis showed that because of this facility, the expected required tariff could be reduced between 1 to 1.5 US cents per kilowatt hour for the developer. The facility is expected to leverage 260 million of downstream investment. And with that development, it's expected to avoid emission of up to 33 metric ton of CO2 emission per year, or 9.9 metric ton of CO2 emission over 30 years of the revolving facility. Geodipa has come on board as the developer for this project, where PTSMI continue to serve as the fund manager. And it has been a great pleasure to work with Geodipa with their technical expertise, operational management experience in geothermal. And through this project, we are able to also get support and technical support from world-class engineering consultancies like Jacobs and others to bring together the best drilling strategy, the best procurement strategy, so that we have good operational efficiency in implementing this exploration project. And we look forward to implementing the project with both Geodipa and PTSMI. The project is expected to complete in 2025. Next slide, please. The one after this. Thank you. Indeed, so a recurring theme that we have heard from today's discussion is how to improve acceptance of geothermal as a technology and as a project within the community where they are developed. We have learned from our experience managing this portfolio of exploration drilling is that it's of utmost importance to have adequate and meaningful public consultations prior to commencement of work. The community should be provided with information related to not only the risk of the project, but also the benefit. That would help increase their attitude and acceptance of the project. And as Pak Dana pointed out, Indonesia is the country in second place in developing geothermal just after the US. And it has a lot of experiences developing geothermal dated back in 1970s. And there has been a lot of experience accumulated across the developers on mitigating geothermal risk. And indeed, the fact that we need to do a better job at communicating the risk, but also the mechanism that we have learned from and deploy to mitigate this risk, all the safety measures will need to be better communicated with the community going forward so that they can better accept these projects. And the second mechanism that we have learned would be to have the right communication strategy, working with stakeholders on the ground, the local governments, the traditional community leaders, village committees, as well as getting the feedback from the local people themselves to understand their concern, so that this can inform the drilling location, how you design the access road, so that these community feedback can inform the drilling strategy, drilling location, and minimize the impact on the community. And lastly, we have also learned that normally when you develop a project in the community, you compensate the villagers for land that needs to be taken for project activities. At the same time, there would be people within the village that are not directly affected by the project that may feel left out from this development. Somebody is getting clean electricity, they are within that community, but do not feel that they have benefited from the project. And we have learned from international experience, from projects within Indonesia, that it's possible to design benefit sharing mechanisms or activities such as promotion of local tourism and agriculture, depending on the context of the communities, to further increase the broad community support for the project. And because Indonesia is so diverse and all the geothermal projects spread across Indonesia are in very different contexts. So any suggestions about consultations with the local community and preparation and development and implementation of this benefit sharing program will have to be grounded in the community needs and support their broader local development plan. And this is some of the things that we have learned from our geothermal, the geothermal energy upstream development project, which support government-sponsored drilling. And we hope that by teasing out a lot of these important experience on how to interact with the communities, changing the perception and attitude and risk aversion within the community towards geothermal, we would be able to share these lessons, not just with future projects, future geothermal project in Indonesia, but also for other countries around the world. Next slide. And we know that there has been application for direct use as part of benefit sharing mechanism that has been deployed around the world. In Iceland, they have the spa, the greenhouse for agriculture, and all around the world, people are benefiting from the direct use of geothermal. And this is somewhat new in Indonesia, but I'm very glad to hear from the presentation of Pak Afif that PGE is at the leading edge of all of these technologies, and we're very happy to be supporting your initiatives on this. To the extent possible, we would also love to learn from your experience and try to incorporate these expertise and approach to the projects that we're supporting the government on under government sponsored drilling, so that we can enhance the economics of geothermal project, this life cycle considerations that has been spoken about in the previous session, so that we can ensure that geothermal is further deployed. And this is considered into the whole financing package when developers come for financing to the World Bank, to other commercial banks or institutional investors. So I will stop here and look forward to the discussion. Over to you, Pak Iqbal.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen and Pak Muksin. I think before I give some comment to the World Bank team, that means helping the SOA or the developer to technical assistance, it is very good. Even though we still need more and more, including GSR, how to handle the social community. World Bank guidelines, it is quite strict, and yeah, that is the rule. Normally, cheap money and many rules. Then I think I directly asking some question to all the panelists. First of all, I will asking Pak Dadan, if it is possible, government give a tax incentive to the all developer now under the construction. I don't know if they should get a tax for the corporate tax 100%. If they are doing the investment for the new project, maybe Pak Dadan can asking permission from the Minister of Finance. Okay, this guy will develop the renewable project, and it is supposed to be got the tax incentive 50%, 30%, as long as they still doing the investment to grow the company. And the second question going to the Pak Tafif maybe, I see the initiative coming from PGE how to make it better the IRR project. But the question is if it is possible, if the money coming from your parents, from Pertamina as a holding, for set up the geothermal project, it is lowering the IRR, not like oil and gas company supposed to be 20%, 16%. Can you go down as a geothermal company to make balance, but still can absorb your risk and growing? At least how the PGE as a big company can reduce their target IRR for the geothermal company project, which is can satisfy the transition of energy. The last one, I think I will asking Ms. Nguyen and Pak Muksin, how low you can go for the investment for the for the renewable project like a geothermal. Currently, we are very common with the cost of World Bank plus premium. That is many PLN project doing the same project, but special for the geothermal, which is we know the risk is quite high. How about if 15% cost of the bank and another 15% of your lending money, it is coming from the green fund, which is we know it is the cost from the green fund, which is people who want to put some collaboration with you, which is we believe it is lower than cost of the bank financing. How we can collaborate for geothermal from the regulator said, okay, we give you a bit incentive from the tax perspective as long as you are developed, and from the developer, okay, I will turn around my target IRR, not like oil company, but this is a renewable project. And from the bank side, how can we support the financing for the geothermal project to make all the final ending is the customer of PLN can get beneficiary of the transition of energy, not they're paying too much for the cost of the renewable project. I think, please Pak Dadan, you are honorable. Before we go into all the chat question coming from the QA and answer, I think one of you supposed to be give a clarification on this question. Please Pak Dirjen.
Terima kasih Pak Iqbal. I think you answered already your question. As long as that it can guarantee that we will have the reasonable price at the end. So everything has to be considered. If you are proposing, for example, to have the tax-free for the companies that having the projects, then at the end it has to be. I mean, at the end, then we will use that. I mean, the reduction of tax to do the reduction of the tariff also. So the Minister of Finance asked us already. She mentioned to us during one meeting that the government, I mean through the Ministry of Finance, has provided almost any possible incentives for geothermal. We can mention, I mean, all incentive in geothermal, yeah. But then, what is actually the result of this? That the Minister of Finance question to us, and I think that question is very much in place. Yeah, I mean, yes, if we have provided the incentive, then at the end we have to count it. This is as also the reduction of the tariff. So you have some that proposal already that I think I'm ready to discuss with the BKF, for example, of the Ministry of Finance. At the end, then we have to prove. For example, I read in the slide of Pak Musin that by having the support on the exploration, this is also our background on the preparing the government exploration. We will have the reduction of the tariff at the end 1 to 2 cents per kilowatt hour. I think that will apply also to your idea, Pak Iqbal.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dirjen. I think we continue the question to Pak Tafif. Just to remind how the company can reduce the target IRR, not like oil company. That is the message I got from Pak Ali, actually.
Okay, Pak Iqbal. I think right now we know the funding of the green energy. We can get a lot of source from the green fund. Now in PGE, we already changed, Pak Iqbal, the corporate shareholder with the soft loan from the bank consortium, because this is more cheaper than we take the corporate shareholder, and I think to make the IRR of the geothermal energy developments more realistic and more competitive, I think we will offering the new pipeline from the brine to power, Pak Iqbal, and also the low pressure steam in our wellhead, and this is we no need to drill new well anymore, and we believe the ERR will be competitive and this will be fly. And also, I think the PLN will be accept in our proposal. I think that's all, Pak Iqbal.
Thank you, Pak Tafif. But I just remind Pak Dadan saying 9.3 gigawatt for the next 10-15 years, Pak Dirjen, ya. But
yes,
yeah, that is quite ambitious target. I think we go to Ms. Nguyen and Pak Muksin. How to answer this one? The question: how low you can go for the give it funding to the developer?
So I will quickly start first and let Pak Muksin add.
Yep.
So when we put the financing package together to support the different geothermal projects, it takes the World Bank IBRD lending rate, as you're very familiar with. We blend that with concessional climate funds, and that is also set. Indonesia is actually now a higher middle income country, so the rate has increased a little bit, but overall it's still very competitive. And together, these sources are presenting capital that can be put at risk, which means that you have to compare it with equity, and equity is usually very expensive. And compared to equity for exploration, this is already very cheap. And under the GRAM project, we have the risk premium to be 30% over 4 years, so 7.5 for a year. So we're already structuring it in a way that it would make it competitive to balance sheet or equity financing. So I would want to highlight this when we talk about geothermal. Because that is very different than solar, where you can get cheap financing for the whole project. Geothermal, you have to look at exploration, which we're trying to get into and de-risk that before you go to financial close. And the second thing that we have been supporting is to try to work with PLN and also MEMR to have heads of agreements that would basically try to deal with uncertainty related to PPA offtake price. And this is one of the key things that is holding back developers. A lot of developers are sitting on licenses, they have money, but because of that the uncertainty with offtake price, they are not going in. And now, in anticipation of the presidential decree, some are moving because, of course, preparation takes a long time. But these are some of the initiatives we're trying to work together with the government, and PLN has to be a key part of the solution. Financing can only go so far. We can lower the cost of capital, but the PPA price, which guarantee the revenues for developers, would have to also be there. Pak Muksin?
Okay, Pak Muksin, there are any comment? I'm still asking one point from the Ms. Nguyen. Let's say if I am developer of the solar panel 100 megawatt and bank give me interest X. If I am the geothermal people, which is very high risk, I supposed to get a discount coming from the bank, not X, but X percentage compared, let's say 80% cheaper compared than other renewable lender. It is possible or not to treat like that in terms of bank view?
So the bank rate is set whether it's for a geothermal or a solar project, but the risk profile of solar is just so different than geothermal that it would be difficult to compare because given the risk profile and the long lead time in developing geothermal, including and especially for exploration, developers would need higher return for geothermal.
Yeah, that is we want if a high risk to make it this price. Then we asking more green fund to mixing in the to make let's say like if I borrow money for the geothermal, it is supposed to be cheaper compared than I borrow money from the upper Cisokan, Pak Muksin. If it is possible, then all the geothermal player here, it is will smile. Okay, I know resource of the fund, which is very competitive to improve my IRR project.
This is a very shrewd observation, Pak Iqbal. We have channeled quite a bit of fund towards geothermal globally, but because the long lead time in developing and dispersing those funds for geothermal is so much longer than for solar, that it takes longer for us to keep asking for donors' money where the existing fund is still not being dispersed. So that is a very real challenges that we have tried to work with. And what we can do is to try to support the developers and the project implementing agency that we work with, GeoDipa, BDSMI, to try to improve the operational efficiency, to disperse that money so that we can continue to channel new money into the sector. And again, geothermal project preparation is very different in profile and timeline than solar. And solar, it's very quick in procurement, in project development, probably up to 2 years, and geothermal, you would have to think about 4 to 5 years. So the churning and the development, the disbursement profile for loans for these two technologies are very different for banks.
Yep. Maybe I will ask the MC, Bu Nini, what time my limit, Bu Nini, Pak Ali?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's a very interesting discussion actually. Yeah. And the audience still has not get any chance to ask the panelists. So why not give 1 or 2 questions from the audience to the panelists, and then we can close, because actually it's already running out of time, closing the end of the session.
Okay, I think I will read one of the question coming from question and answer list. It is first question. I think I will select Pak Fakhru Subarka. They were asking to Pak Dadan, when the company has a struggle processing development greenfield, especially in Taman Nasional or inside the World Heritage location, how do the government of Indonesia through EBTKA support and accelerate this company related to legal permit to start PSPA and the next step of the exploration? Thank you, Fakhru from Star Energy Geothermal. Please, Pak Dadan.
Ya, saya lagi baca nih pertanyaannya. Thank you Pak Iqbal. Last week we had meeting in Dewan Energi Nasional, National Energy Council, to discuss very specific on this part. Yeah. So we're meeting with Ministry of Forestry and others, because I think this issue is not only on Ministry of Energy. Of course, geothermal is with us, but those issues are also related with United Nations. Yeah. In particular, for the one that you mentioned in Sumatra. Yeah, I think this is a tropical rainforest heritage of Sumatra. So we have been working on that. So I think we have sent the boundary modification. So we are preparing on this. We sent already this to United Nations, and we are waiting also to have modification later on of the boundary line of those areas. Hopefully it can work. So for those that I think we have to wait, because those are already regulated, yeah, regulated nationally and also regulated internationally. We know and we are trying to move for this kind of the challenging issues. It's not only of the Star Energy. We have others also on this part, and I think from my perspective during the meeting, most of the national stakeholders are supporting to have the continuous discussion and also trying to solve these issues here. So we work on that, Pak Fahrul.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dadan. I think I will select another question coming from Ibrahim Abdul Salam. It is to Pak Tafif. Based on the explanation from the presentation, Pak Tafif, it is interested that a new potential revenue of the firm will be coming from direct use by developing geothermal tourism. Is there already pilot project that has been implemented in some village near PGA WKP? I think by the conducting geothermal tourism, it will improve the trust from the society. Therefore, geothermal energy can be developed without obstacle from community problem. Please, Pak Tafif.
Yeah, Pak Ibrahim, thanks. Right now, we already do the direct use for the GSR in all villages surrounding our area or our field. For example, Kamojang, Lahendong, and Ulubelu, especially in Kamojang, we in there have conservation of eagle, Javanese eagle. That's very rare. And also we develop the tracking for the geothermal manifestation in there, and also we bring some people there in like a village tourism, and so many things we already develop as community social responsibility in there. And right now, for the future revenue, we will take chance to develop like the green hydrogen, and then mineral extraction or rare earth mineral extraction from the brine, and CO2 liquefaction, and we now try to make happen how to make the new revenue from the direct use. I think that's answer your question, Pak Ibrahim.
Okay, thank you, Pak Tafif. I think we should give a big applause to all the participants and all the very great speakers here. And before I hand it over to MC, I think I will say thank you very much to all the speakers, and don't forget tomorrow this program still have another program. Please follow for tomorrow session. And then thank you very much Pak Dadan, thank you very much Pak Tafif, thank you very much
Pak Iqbal,
Huang and Pak Muksin coming from the bank. I think I will hand it over to MC. Thank you very much. Big applause to the audience, to the speakers.
Thank you for the excellent speech from our invited speakers. And also thank you, Mr. Iqbal Nur, for guiding us throughout the talk show session. There was very interesting talk show session. We have prepared the memento for speakers as a token of appreciation. Due to pandemic, you are unable to hand it over in this event. Nevertheless, the committee will contact for further information related to delivery. Thank you. Now, day one of the series of 10th ITB International Geothermal Workshop is near to end. At the moment, we would like to give our highest gratitude to our keynote speakers, invited speakers, moderator, and to all participants. According to our clinometer, it reads about over 365 participants in Zoom. They are live with us from all over the world, while in YouTube, we have more than 178 live streamers. It's our privilege to acknowledge all our main sponsors. My gratitude goes to Our gratitude goes for the organization that endorsing for this event, and for the organization that support this event. My gratitude also goes to media for broadcasting this important event. We would like to remind you that there are still 3 days left in the series of virtual 10th ITB International Geothermal Workshop, starting from 2 until 5 p.m. Jakarta time. In particular, for tomorrow's agenda, there will be discussion about data science, information technology, artificial intelligence, and advanced technology in geothermal. You can check the details of tomorrow's agenda on the slideshow at the end of today's event. The YouTube paper presentation that has been sent to us can be accessed on our YouTube channel, Geothermal ITB. Due to the limitation of time, unfortunately, not all questions can be answered during the event. Also, you can watch the replay footage of today's agenda on our official YouTube channel, Geothermal ITB. Eventually, this is the time for us to say goodbye. I'm Fadil, your host for today's event. Hoping to meet you soon. Thank you and stay healthy.
Terima kasih Pak Iqbal, terima kasih semuanya.
Terima kasih Pak Bayu.
Terima kasih Pak Moksin. Nice to see everyone. Please stay healthy.
Pak Moksin, lama nggak jumpa. Salam kenal, Huong.
Saling sehat.
Terus sembuh, Mas.
Ya.
Wow, when we go to Tanzania again.
Yes, we will hear from one of the colleagues sometime tomorrow.
Terima kasih Pak Bapak.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Terima kasih.